And we're live. Hello, hello, everyone, and welcome to another AWOL event. We are at the Altered Weekly Online League Season 2, Monday Weekly number 8. We have quite a few people joining here as far as the Monday event. 156 last I looked, but coming up every minute. Still have 7 minutes to go. I am Blue, and I am joined by my co-caster here, Runefolk. Say hi to the lovely people.
Yeah. Hello, hello. I got a rather short notice invite to casting today. I've started actually streaming myself on last Friday, I think. So you're now able to catch me live on Twitch on I'm Runefolk. And yeah, excited to be here. See all the players joining. I think we're almost up to 160 by now even. Yeah, we got the 160 just now. And yeah, hoping to see as many players as possible. And getting to choose which decks or which players we get to see on stream, always fun.
Yep. And as far as like social medias and everything, you can catch the stuff popping up below here on our names on occasion. Runefolk will have his Twitch popping up for you to take a look at, and be sure to go follow him and maybe even throw him some money on occasion if you want to. Um, I prefer YouTube. I love subscribes, but either way, let's get back to some AWOL. We were talking a little bit before we jumped onto the stream. A lot of folks that are some high competitors within the online scene and in-person scene when we see all those Altered Aces players. But any particular person that you're excited to see sign up and take a look at today?
For me today, it's Warrior R. I know them as the Zero player when I think Yeti got revealed, and I saw them stick around on the ladder with the Foundry Armorers. And since the suspension, I haven't seen much of Warrior R. But I know they are an Austrian player. So at least from region wise, it's we're speaking the same language at least. And I haven't seen them stick around since the suspension, and now I've seen them sign up for a few events, but I haven't seen them actually play it. So I'm hoping we get to see some games from Warrior today. And otherwise, there are still a lot of other great players.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of good players. Hopefully, we do get to see them not drop out or anything, and they end up playing at least a few games that we can take a look at. We do have Pandy Andy in the chat, who's actively at work and playing at the same time. Make sure you get paid for that. But
Yeah.
yeah, exciting times for this event. We, like you mentioned, did get up to 164 now, so that's a good start. Hopefully, we get
Nice.
everyone sticking around. Still have 4 minutes left to go here. Past that, we did have a notification from Simon on the announcements. Please avoid using Ozma if you are watching this at the time, as far as our Ortis is concerned. It is
Oh,
not
why?
because it's not actively off the suspended list on the
Oh, okay.
alter.gg website at the moment, and we don't want to have some people that can get it to work and some people that can get it to work on BGA and create a little bit of a potentially unfair environment. But it should be fixed soon. I'm sure it's just taking the folks at Equinox a little bit extra time to get it sorted on their side of things on the website. Although I do believe it is fixed on BGA just by itself. But yeah, we should be interesting to see if we end up getting to see some Haven Bravo Bastions in the Axiom side of things this time around. Do you think we'll see anyone try to make it work?
I think freeloaders signed up today, so if freeloaders on Trace today and not on Kojo, I think there's definitely some chance we'll see Havens at least from him. But otherwise, I'm playing ladder the last couple of days. I've definitely seen quite some Havens pop up. I don't think the lists were optimal or Haven is the same as it was before, but definitely interesting to see that still some players try to basically play the same lists as before with their havens, and uh, uh, I'm interested to see if those actually now manage to perform also in tournaments. And yeah, but I'm not too hopeful for Haven yet, but I'll still be interested to see if it works out.
I agree. I think just the way that it is set up currently, I almost prefer the new strategy that I've seen from a lot of Trace players using the Keylon cylinder. And it's one less cost. It probably feels better from that aspect, and you can put those boosts on whenever you feel like it, opposed to having it to only be the next character if you're using the rare. But yeah, should be interesting to see if someone can make it work. I know Freeloader has been one of those folks that have been trying to switch up the deck a little bit and throw in some uniques that basically do the same thing as the old Haven anyway. So should be interesting to see how we get that going here as we have 2 minutes left going. We'll take another quick look at the player count just in case. We are at 167, almost hitting that 170 mark. Just everyone join real quick so we can. That'll be a fun little mark to hit. But past that, any particular heroes you're thinking we're seeing some success from? Potentially just more Aphonis, more Sigismar. What are you thinking?
Yeah, looking at successful heroes, I've got the chance of borrowing some of Keelan guy's spindle harvesters, and yesterday I started playing Aphonis myself, and that hero just feels completely stronger than anything else in the game to me. Of course, there are things that can keep up with it, or if they manage to get early leads, they can keep it. But most of the times, I think if Aphonas manages to go even and get card advantage, it's just the strongest hero in the game. But yeah, there are definitely other factions or heroes that can keep up with it or make it pressure a lot. But yeah, Aphonas is definitely set up for success, as is Sigismar. I think with the reintroduction of Ozma, this gets even better since it's basically getting back a card that was a must play in the deck, and it's definitely weaker now. But yeah, just getting a free resupply on a body that on a 2-cost body, it's pretty nice. And as soon as Ozma gets back, I'll expect to see a lot more or even more Sigismar than we already see. And yeah, otherwise, I think the next three heroes in line are probably Lindeef and also Tasia. I wouldn't put Tasia on the same level as Sigismar and Aphonis anymore because we're just not seeing as many. So I think it's probably on a tier lower, but still one of the best heroes in the game.
Definitely. And yeah, as we know, there's some heroes that are just a little bit more consistent in general than others. But the beauty about this game is that at any point, even the most random heroes can take a win off of even the top tier in a best of one, especially. So we'll see how it goes. We are into the first round of the Swiss here. And why? Let's see who we're going to take a look at. Do you want to just go ahead and try to jump into Warrior R's game and see if we can see what
Yeah,
they're playing?
I would like that. Yeah,
All right,
and
table
it's table
47.
47. Yeah,
Yeah. Let's see. Looks like the game has started, so we will
yeah.
get to see the game. Um, jump in there. Perfect.
And we see a Sigismar against Sigismar matchup. So we got a great start already with two pretty meta heroes.
Indeed. Can't say I'm surprised, but we'll see how it turns out. We may see some new stuff pop up here, potentially people trying to mess with their deck lists, or maybe we just go full optimization. Who knows? At the end of the day, it is Sigismar, and a lot of it is pretty optimized. Think the only thing that varies a good amount is the commons, potentially changes to permanents and that kind of stuff. But yeah, always get to see some fun uniques as well. Speaking of uniques, we had a few of them get put on the watch list as far as the mid-season patch. Any thoughts there as far as those uniques that popped up on the watch list in general?
I think the most interesting thing to me about the watch list announcements for uniques is it didn't sound like the harvesters or the bounce spells for Aphonas are on the watch list. That's interesting, but of course other things from Aphonas, like I think it was Small Step, Giant Leap, and I'm not too sure anymore what else was on the watch list for Aphonas. But yeah, that was definitely mentioned, and I don't remember too much what else was there. Yeah, interesting to me as well was the rare orders attorney and Sigismar that got onto the watch list. It definitely is more of a Varu card, but also just provides a lot of pressure on Sigismar and therefore got onto the watch list, and that's kind of funny to me.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, as we do see in that first day, they're just duplicate Baba Yagas thrown out there. Probably one of the more ideal setups for Sigismar is just being able to throw them out there. And we do get to see a Jack Frost pop ups to not allow that Baba Yaga from reserve to be played. But as far as watch list is concerned, I think I had a similar sentiment for the uniques. We did see the token factories and Ortis pop up on the watch list, as well as the Anchor reoccurring characters in Muna pop up, but not that the spindle harvesters and those bounce spells. As far as like the probably the more popular types of uniques and different types of things that occur. We do see a unique or to spy pop here up here for the top Sigismar. That if you control a token, sabotage from anywhere, and create Nordis recruit token in target expedition. So that's not a bad unique.
Yeah, so if this wasn't on Sigismar, it would also just activate itself with the secondary ability. Um, and I do have the deck lists from both these players next to me, and I can tell that this top Sigismar is playing next to this Auto Spy is playing an Ozma that is drawing at dusk a card,
Mm.
and also a Ruddertusk that is kind of looking like the rare version of the Ruddertusk, but it is reduced from reserve to a 2 cost. So yeah, it's a bit of an upgrade over the rare Ruddertusk, I think. And from Warrior K, we see a Audis Trooper that's drawing on play, and 2 token generators on top of it. And those are even both of those token generators are creating 2 tokens on play. And
Ooh.
oh, when anything is played, so one of the more expensive and more often seen ones.
Yeah, the those double token generators are always something. I feel like you see more and more of them now, and if you don't see those, you see the people with the single token generators that have a secondary effect of some sort, that has additional benefit, whether it's draw or even creating a token on play or whatever it may be. So I can see why they may have been put on the watch list a little bit. Personally, I'm kinda sad because I have some decent ones and I like playing Ortis, but I can see why that might be the case. We do see that Spy come out and immediately hit the Jack Frost, allowing for that potential Baba Yaga play from the reserve for the top Sigismar here. We'll have to see what the bottom Sigismar can follow up with here. Um, Probably looking to play on the hero side, and they do, and they have another Jack Frost. Why not?
Yeah, and I was going to mention that this Baba Yaga now going into that hero side was looking quite strong just to get up to 4 stats in the forest region that they were contesting. And now the top Sigisma put out a monolith legate for a potential or no, a guaranteed third sabotage of the game. And just that amount of sabotage alone in the early game can put the Sigisma very far down in resources. So I'd say at this point, getting that many sabotages without losing any resources yourself, even if you're still even in expeditions, this is already looking nice for the top Aphonis.
Yeah, I think the only thing that would prevent the sabotage at this point is some type of removal. If they have it in their hand, which we do know Sigismar runs a decent amount, depending on if it's tiny jail or a teamwork training. But we'll have to wait to see what they're going to do here. They can obviously easily take that hero side. It just depends on how they want to do it, and it looks like they may just use the foundry mechanic and then just pass potentially.
Yeah, so being down to 2 cards in hand and nothing in reserve for this bottom Sigismar doesn't feel comfortable. They do have some draw tools, as at least on their unique sides with this or this trooper that's in the deck that's a 2 cost and drawing on play. So maybe they can back on materials that way. And I would expect them to expect to see the Sigisma to stop maning early on and potentially even play Grand Endeavor now.
So, based off of the deck list analysis, then are both of these Sigismars running Grand Endeavor or going
Oh,
towards
actually,
Monolith?
Warrior R is not running any permanents at
Okay.
all, and only Arthur Beclier is running 2 Grand Endeavors,
Okay.
copies of Grand Endeavor.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's always interesting to see the different variations in Sigismar lists, especially on the permanent side of things, whether they run permanents or not, and if they're running Grand Endeavor, Monolith. I feel like both of them are good cards and have been fairly popular depending on the individual. So we'll see how it goes. And we do see another unique from the bottom Sigismar this time in the Monolith Rune Scribe, and it's
Yeah,
one of
this
those
is
double token generators that you mentioned before.
yeah, exactly. I'm kind of surprised to see the deck list of this Sigismar. I see there are 3 copies of Hypothermia on the deck, and I'd say Hypothermia. I do like the card, especially with cards that give value over long term over that give recurring value. But especially into Sigismars, onto other Sigismars, I don't think that is actually the strongest thing you can do, because they're just going to sleep one of their tokens while you're potentially just sleeping one of your big stat characters and hoping you win anyway. And we also saw this bottom Sigismar play out a second unique that I mentioned earlier with this Orders Trooper. That's worse stats for its cost than the rare one, but of course it has the benefit of just drawing a card. And this card looks super clean with nothing else on the card than the draw a card. And yeah, just also for I've definitely seen people look for artwork uniques, and this is definitely one of those.
Yeah, if you didn't mention it, I was gonna say it because it just looks really nice with just the one ability. I was always trying to decide like what is the best version of having as clean as possible. Unique. Is it the arrow with small text? Is it the reserve from small text? Is it the hand from small text? Or do people actually prefer like just the support ability by itself with no text kind of thing? I've actually bought an Ordis Trooper that had just a support text just to have it. I'm never going to actually use it, but I just wanted it, right? But either way, we do see that unique Ozma that you mentioned earlier that if you control 4 or more characters, you can draw a card at dusk being played by the top Sigismar. As I try to hover it over here for anyone that's watching. It also has the next permanent you play costs 1 less from reserve effect that you would normally see from the Foundry mechanic. So that's definitely interesting. I can't imagine it's used too much, but if you have the Grand Endeavor and you wanna play it, I guess you could use it for a little bit of cost reduction.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
yeah, good.
But I think at this point of the game, you're likely not using your Grand Endeavor since you're just already down, and I think there's not really a room for you to play Grand Endeavor this turn.
We do see another sabotage come out here from the top Sigismar. They've been hitting a lot of their sabotages in general. We've seen multiple spies come out. We've seen the Legat come out. But despite all that, the bottom Sigismar, with being able to get out 2 of their uniques thus far, is still ahead on the tumult. Without being too far behind on card advantage, we'll have to see what they have left in their hand and if they're just going to try to go for another 1 for 1 here potentially and see if they can maintain their lead. We do know they do not have any permanents, and a Frog Prince common is definitely going to be a good one to play there on the companion side.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised to see already 5 sabotages basically coming out of that top Sigismar, and not really being too ahead in actual card advantage. I think now after this turn, there are surprisingly only 1 card ahead in hand, since 2 things will go into reserve. 1 thing will go into reserve for each player, and the bottom Sigismar is even up on the tumult. So it's definitely looking good for them. Even though I wouldn't have expected this game state to be like this, but yeah, it's definitely impressing so far to me.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it feels like even without Ozma, Sigismar has still managed to keep up on card advantage a lot of the time, even while getting hit by exhaust, sabotage, or whatever else it may be. It's one of those scenarios where like you think you're doing well, but then all of a sudden they throw out a unique that just draws 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards even on occasion, right? But
Yeah.
that is the way of the world at the moment. If you don't have it, I'm sorry, but Don't worry, Ozma's coming back. You can resupply, and you no longer have to use rare monolith runescribe if you don't want to.
And I'm a bit surprised. I think for unique, when it comes to unique Osmas, I've definitely seen crazier Osmas in Bravos than in Orders, because a lot of the, or quite a few of the Osmas I've seen in Bravos have a a Dusk ability and a when I leave the reserve ability, or when I leave the expedition ability to draw a card. And I haven't really seen that on a lot of Osmas to be able to draw twice on a single play. But those in Bravos definitely look very strong.
Yeah, I think the best thing that I currently have as far as Ortis base draws, not in Ozma, but I have like a Baba Yaga that lets you draw multiple times through at dusk or when I leave the reserve kind of thing. But yeah, not haven't messed too much with the Ozmas as far as Ortis is concerned. I do have one of those token factory uniques that lets me draw, but a lot of options here, and we'll have to see how it turns out the further and further we get along, especially as we get into potentially more expansions and seeing how they add different effects associated with draw, resupply, whatever else they may be in the future, not just through Beyond the Gates or even Trial by Frost. But in the meantime, going back to this game, we are with the bottom Sigismar still in the lead. Just going to go ahead and throw out that Frog Prince from the reserve. Still a good spot to put it in on the companion side. Still getting those forest stats while blocking on the water side of stuff.
Yeah, and now this top Sigismar is trying to contest that Frog Prince already with a one cost. And I think just be that bottom Sigismar being first player this turn with being down cards, I think that's always a scary turn to go into, because you're basically you pretty much always have to show what your entire hand is before the other Sigismars going to show all of the things they have in hand. And surprisingly, we see the first play from the top Sigismar just to be from hand instead of that that's already in reserve. So not focusing on hiding their hand too much here. And we do see a Audis Trooper come out from that bottom Sigismar. That's not too threatening currently, since there's still only 2 cards left, but 5 mana open. And I think definitely more threatening would be just a 3/2 cost cards for the Sigismar here. But yeah, still the Audis Trooper, one of the best cards for its costs. And we might just see, if we're seeing a 1 cost opening in this turn, we might just see a 3 cost. And yeah, there actually is a Baba Yaga for this bottom Sigismar, and that's looking quite nicely on that hero expedition, just boosting its own stats up and just even putting even more stats on that water expedition to overcome for the top Sigismar.
Yeah, and leaving themselves with 2 mana at this point, which is a nice setup as far as potentially removing one of the cards that this next Sigismar could play as far as characters with some variation of teamwork training or a tiny jail, especially when they throw out something that could potentially set up a sabotage like the Legat. But they're instead just going to go ahead and pass and say they don't have anything else, and it'll be free for the top Sigismar here to potentially try to come back and see what else that they can play and get a double advance if they have what they need in their hand at this point. It will be difficult to stop the forest advance on the companion side, but they do have a lot of low cost stuff here. We do see the Orders Trooper out, still 1 card left, and why not a teamwork training that'll get what they need there as far as at least removing 1 character from the bottom Sigismar. We'll just have to see where they decide to go with that. And the Baba Yaga.
And I really like this pass from this bottom Sigismar. Yeah, they could have potentially just tried to soft contest this hero expedition and try to get resources out of the Sigismar that way. But that way they said, well, either you have to contest both of the cards in your hand to get even on the tumult again. But I'm just staying ahead in cards this time, and I've managed to be able to win and or keep up with lower cards so far. So I'll just be ahead as soon as I actually have the card advantage, and that's pretty much what happened here. And I'd say now also going second with the card advantage again. Now this shifts for the bottom Sigismar, and I'd say now Warrior is is very much in the lead again.
Yeah, even despite getting hit with several sabotages earlier on, like you had mentioned, we'll likely see them return another one cost trooper here, play potentially, and have a fairly low cost Baba Yaga to play from the reserve as well. And like you mentioned, have enough cards in hand to outplay the top Sigismar here potentially, and maybe even get a 2-0 to finish the game, or at least maybe a 2-1, depending on what we have going on here. But we'll have to see how that plays out. Not sure if we'll be seeing any more uniques compared to the ones that we saw earlier, but still a lot of mana left to play with here for both of the Sigismars, and it should be interesting to see who can pull it out and see if we're gonna go to another day or if we're just gonna end the game where it's at.
I could definitely see this already being a 2-for-1 for one of the Sigismars, but I don't think it's too likely because they're still on the same mana and do have to show they can't really predict what's going on with the opponent's hand. But if there's someone taking a lead this turn, it's definitely the bottom Sigismar.
Yep, we'll potentially see Warrior being able to take the lead and or take the game, depending on what they have available. We'll see the last play from the top Sigismar here, to see what they have left. Oh, and another rallying call will allow for it to be played again. Add another stat wherever they choose. Rallying call, another card that's been added here with Trial by Frost that has helped out a lot of Sigismar players in a variety of ways, whether it's slow playing, removing sleep, or just boosting up any character that you want. Definitely one of the top performers right next to things like Tiny Jail.
Yeah, and the here especially passing the turn over to the bottom Sigismar is looking very nice, but they answer with the rallying call of their own. So I think now it comes down to the last card in hand for this bottom Sigismar if they can therefore take the double advance with two stats they get on that mountain expedition. But this rallying call is again answered by the rallying call of its own. And yeah, therefore it just comes down to this last card now.
Yep. And they do have a Sandman here to allow that double advance, get enough stats there on the hero side, and throw a sleep on the attorney, and give just everything that they need with just a single mountain stat from the Legat on the companion side. And despite what it seemed like going down fairly early with the several sabotages, was able to come back and take the victory against the top Sigismund.
Yeah, and that's definitely very impressive to me. So yeah, I think we now got some time to jump into the next games. And yeah, should
Yep.
still be a while till round two starts, but I think 9 minutes left for this round. And depending, of course, always on if BGA decides to stop at 30 minutes or 35 minutes. But yeah, for now, I'd say
Indeed.
9 minutes left.
Yeah, we'll see what we have left here as I switch on
Yeah, I
over.
think I got. Oh no, we actually had a um, team match of AQZ in the first round on table 73. But from what I've heard, Void didn't actually manage to get, didn't actually want to play and forgot to sign off. But it
Mm,
seems like the game actually was played out and Keelan won that against Void.
got it. Yeah, let's go ahead and just jump into another game here to get everyone some other games playing. I'm going to jump into table 23, just because it's the closest one that I have seen
Yeah.
nearby here. And we'll switch on over. And a Finn versus a Goal Ring. And we do see a unique Kokoba come out here for the Goal Ring, where if you control four or more characters, create two recruits in my expedition.
Yeah, that's definitely looking strong.
We do have a Magic Slay play here potentially for the Finn trying to take this game now. opposed to having to wait for another day or at least trying to have to block the goal ring on both sides. That seems like they'll likely have to leave the hero side open. So if things don't work out for the goal ring, they could always throw something over there potentially and have to deal with the Finn in a tiebreaker. But the Finn definitely has the card advantage at this point. So we'll have to see where this goes as far as the response to that unique Kokoba.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Kakoba has a condition on the summoning of the tokens, and it's not fulfilled. So sadly, not summoning the 2 tokens that would likely be just enough stats to win on that companion expedition. And we afterwards see a teamwork training to get rid of that other instead of the. I would have expected that to go on the Anansi, but yeah, of course, there are not enough characters in play yet to actually hit the Anansi, so only the Hathor will be removed. But 1 card left, and
Yeah.
I think this might be looking good for the Fen.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that if they had it, that they would have played the character before playing that Kokoba, in order to set up the ability and also get enough characters out there to use that teamwork training on the Anansi. So, more than likely, not looking too good for the Finn. They could realistically just even decide to slow play here and play that acapella training just for fun. But instead, they decide to throw an Alice out and we will see a pass, and we will see a GG there.
Yeah, that's definitely game, but by passing the last card on hand, maybe might still have made a difference, but yeah, it seems like it didn't. So yeah, your game 1 goes to the Fen.
Always fun to see a sleigh move across the tumult, just go really quickly to take the victory. Um, so happy we got to see all that. Too bad that the goal ring was unable to get a little bit out there and surprise them there with that fun unique, but such is life. As we go back here to what we have left here in the Swiss round one. Anyone that is joining us thus far today, we are watching the AWOL season 2 Monday weekly number 8. We are still in round 1 of the Swiss and we can jump into any game. Sure, table 2 first thing.
Sure.
And we'll see what we have going on here. It is a Tasia versus a Sigismar that is running a Gibble. So that's new.
Oh, Gibble in a Sigismar list, yeah, that's definitely new. Also, Ordis Carrier not too frequently seen on Sigismar. But yes, currently they're still, even with the Tasia that's now got a Dracana going into the final turn, or likely the final turn before the tiebreaker.
We do have a scenario though that the Sigismar does have a slight hand and reserve advantage while being able to throw out 2 tokens due to that carrier that you mentioned that we don't get to see very often. We will just go ahead and see the Muna caregiver immediately played for the anchor on the Dracana. Be interesting to see what that play was there for. But we'll see a unique Esmeralda that if you control 1 or more landmarks, resupply. It also has a reserve ability if you control 2 or more boosted characters, up to 1 target character. Can cost 3 or less, gains anchored, and that resupply doesn't matter because guess what, Jack Frost.
Yeah, and also this Ordis Liaison, I don't know how to pronounce that, is raiding in the reserve just to boost up all the characters on the Tumult and or on the expeditions for the Sigismar. And I think currently together with this Frog Prince, it's just looking to take the game.
Yeah, and they will be able to play it with the additional ability from reserve. If you pay 1, you get that boost with the Frog Prince. So we'll see them more than likely play that out there on the companion side, as it doesn't look like the Tasia can do anything else about it. We do see the teamwork training pop up and just get rid of that Dracana that had the anchor ability. Um, so not looking ideal for them. Doesn't even have to play the liaison, and will more than likely see a double advance here for the Sigismar, as the Tasia only gets a single advance, which means tiebreaker rules. Sigismar takes the win.
Yeah, exactly. And I was a bit confused at first part, but I just didn't realize there's the water stat that the Sigismar is running on. And yeah, a clean victory. And
Easy win.
carrier is a good card, so Sigismar players, keep that in mind. Maybe include carriers in your decks.
Yeah,
That's
just
definitely a good card.
just ideally get it on your first draw all the time and play it immediately is probably your best option. Otherwise, just mana. It's
Yeah.
basically a mana convergence otherwise. Either way, we did end up getting to 170 players for the event, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that. So solid number. Glad we were able to get up there. And I'm not sure what we got as far as like people that left immediately, but don't think it was too horrible. We are still in the first round of the Swiss. Not sure how many games are left. I'm not
I think
seeing
there's
very
only
many.
one game left.
Okay.
Table 81, I think it is.
Table 81 all the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
And we'll take a look to see what we have left going there, see if we can catch the end of the game. Potentially, we do see a mana reaping coming out here in the tiebreaker, while we have a Hydrocena out on the board, a rare, as well as two of those newly errated Haven Bravos Bastions on the
Yeah.
board. So you see one of them get rid of here with that mana reaping. A lot of cards in the reserve, but we will see a boom pop out,
And that boom is
sacrificing.
super expensive.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're targeting here.
They have to target the Hydrocana, I'd say, but that's just a tough cost of 3, so they only have 1 mana available afterwards, and I'm not seeing the stats that they could get up
Yeah,
for 1.
uh,
If that first Spindle Harvester wasn't boosted, a single Foundry Mechanic would win now, but sadly there are the boosts on it and
we do.
nothing left, and
You do
probably
see an
didn't calculate the tough cost.
we do see an oops from
Yeah.
the Trace player in the chat. So unfortunate there. But yeah, they would have been able to do it had they had that one cost available to them, but they in fact did not. It seems like, but that will be the end of the Swiss round one, though. Some good games that we were able to catch. Want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far for the AWOL Season 2 Monday Weekly number 8. I am Blue, and my co-caster is, in fact, Runefolk. And we will be getting into the Swiss round 2. Is there anyone that you want to take a look at as we see Keelan Guy facing up against Warrior R?
Yeah, I also saw that just now. That was funny to me. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm open to suggestions. I don't really mind.
All right, let's since we
Games
already
will
watched Warrior, we'll probably not go there, but we can take a look at see what else we have available to us. See if there's anything that pops up in particular. Hmm. Do I want to go with people that I don't recognize the names?
I
Uh,
also never know that. Oh, table 36. It is. I think both of those names. I think we don't see too often on stream. It's
okay.
Moondust against a No Reno. I believe I'm not sure, but I think Moondust is also from Altered Aces, so
Hmm.
this might be a team match, but I'm not too sure about this. And I know Moondust as a player that is playing resupply uniques, and I've seen them on Aurak with resupply when you play zero stat characters, and also on Aphonis with mage dancers that resupply when you play a spell. So I
Why
would be
not?
expecting to see those here as well. So
Let's
and
take a look. Table
yeah,
36 then. We're talking about it, we may as well go to it, right?
yeah.
All right, let's keep on refreshing. We're loading some game art. Thanks once again for everyone that's joined us thus far. We will see a Kojo versus Sigismar
Okay,
list
yeah.
here.
Switching up the decks. So Moondust seems like playing the game a bit like me, just never sticking to the same deck and always trying out new things. And that's definitely also my game plan for most of what I do on Altered.
Always fun to switch things up. I always try to bring a new deck to any of the locals I go to every single time, or I get there early just to make a random deck that I'm feeling like playing in general. Shout out to Keelan guy for suggesting Moth deck for my local yesterday. He didn't give me any other details. He just said Moth, and so I made a a Moth Sierra associated deck
Okay.
and played with the good old tree. But either way, we do see Kojo versus Sigismar here, and we do see that Baba Yaga come out on the hero side. We'll see if there's any one cost that the Kojo will play. There are a lot that are usually available, including some fire rabbits, but it will be unique that has some reserve effects.
And I do have a look on the deck lists right now, and yeah, that Kojo list is definitely looking spicy. There are two Rudder Tusks in the deck, and I think, as we can probably guess from the first Rudder Tusk that's played already, it's definitely a Foundry list for the Kojo. And I think we've seen these uniques before from Ita before, or Itan. Never too sure what the name actually is, but we've definitely seen these uniques in AWOL before, and on 39 cuts they definitely showed before. So yeah, cool to see these some players borrowing each other uniques, and yeah, I'm now very excited to see this Foundry list for Kojo.
Yeah, and I was wondering because you don't often see the Scotty being played these days for the Kojo, although it's decent stats for two costs. You'll more often see some other new Trial by Frost cards potentially being played. But like you mentioned, with a Foundry setup, it probably doesn't hurt to include it. And that Ratatasker unique is definitely one that is quite interesting. That lets you do variety of things here. But we did see a field reinforcements coming out of the Sigismar, another card that we don't get to see very often from this hero in particular. Although it is a fun card, especially if you're playing it on Golang.
Yeah, and it's also now seeing some play in Aphonis lists, and yeah,
It makes
I
sense.
just I just want to shout out this Kojo list again for anyone that hasn't seen the cards already. This the Rudder Tusk we see in hand, of course, has the ability to return any 5 cost or less um, any character back to hand that's 5 cost or less. So it can return itself to hand, and also has that ability to put the top card in your mana zone. So this together with a boundary mechanic, this is basically a 1 cost repeatable um, ramp effect. They're also playing a second Ratatosk that has the same intimidation effect, but is giving out 3 boosts. And there also is a Haven trainee that has this effect as well, to return itself or anything else to hand, and also discard a character that costs 3 or less. And there we do see the setup for the Foundry. So yeah, now it's getting spicy for the Kojo.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that as far as just returning yourself, but it does make sense at this point. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get out the Foundry before being able to play that Ratatasker. But they definitely could just play it from reserve and get it back to hand if they want to and start that cycling effect without
Yeah.
hopefully getting a little bit too far behind. But we will see it get activated, and there's that second Ratatasker that you mentioned that gives the boosts.
Yeah. And this is just now taking the expedition, probably returning the token that's on the hero side, and yeah, having to discard and going low on cards that early doesn't can't feel good for the Kojo, but they still there's now up 3 expeditions and can basically use all their resources to get back on resources and just play slow. And I believe there's even a possibility for the Kojo for next turn to just play their ramp Ratatosk from reserve and replay it from hand and return it both of the times to their hand. And even if they just set up that way for double ramp, they're still ahead of 1 expedition, and I think they're looking pretty strong already in this game.
Yeah, we do have some folks talking about in the chat about their current games and Eros and Bravo's Blade Dancer. Still an interesting setup there. But yeah, it'll be fun to see with this game if they end up doing that double ramp that you mentioned. They could opt to not have to mana here in the following days, as they need that additional mana to do that double ramp play if they decide to. The only thing that would prevent that at this point is if the Sigismar had some type of removal to get rid of it, but it'll automatically get sent to hand. So probably not going to bother them at this point, especially on a Kojo and Buddha turn, right?
Yeah, but actually, the Kojo is going to play the other Redditas to boost up their Buddha and just not decide to ramp, but actually just set up this turn already to um, progress. And this leaves this other Redditas open to sabotage, but they're just looking to advance here on that hero side, on that companion side, and are looking to trade 1 for 1, and that's still definitely favorable for them.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting with this foundry setup here. Obviously, it's pretty highly dependent on hitting the foundry, which
Yeah.
probably doesn't feel too good when you don't. But when you do, I mean, it was day two that they were able to hit it. So it probably feels pretty decent at this point, being three spots open up on the tumult and potentially going up to at least four on this following day and just go as aggro as possible. But there are a lot of cards there in hand for the Sigismar, and the nice teamwork training will basically make that Buddha invalid at this point. But,
Mm.
we'll have to see what happens. More than likely gonna see that Ratatoskr come out with the Foundry play here, I'd have to imagine. But, we do see the Sigismar slow play just to see verify that that's what's gonna happen, and then respond accordingly.
Now I'm also interested to see if the Kojo decides to still go aggressive or just set up to get that Tusk back into hand. Or they could also just play the Tusk and boost itself and return the token to hand, so it basically can't get replayed.
Mhm.
And yeah, set up that way to potentially just double advance or single advance and trade.
Yeah, I feel like most times these plays would feel pretty good, but it for some reason against the Sigismar matchup, it doesn't feel as good because essentially they have a no setup teamwork training that'll always work on your uniques.
Yeah.
But we do see the Ratatasker come out. We'll see where the boosts go, and they do go on the Ratatasker, like you mentioned, and we'll likely see the token get hit. And we, in fact, do. Now we'll just have to see what the Sigismar has waiting with the 4 mana left and try to stop this Kojo from double advancing and get way too far ahead. It's not very often that we see Sigismar get this far behind potentially, especially this
Yeah.
early on. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, this is definitely looking super strong for the coach. But of course, getting two uniques plus the foundry this early into the game, definitely not the average. But yeah, if there's no way to remove these or no teamwork training right now, this is looking quite hard. But I think they'll just already the spy is outstanding this and advancing once. But the Sigismund does have to discard a card from reserve, therefore. And
Yeah.
getting your first advance by discarding card from reserve can't feel good.
Yeah, and it's interesting they decided to go that line. Makes me think like, what else do they have in their hand that they felt couldn't help in that scenario without having to discard a card? But we'll have to see how it goes here. We do have the Kojo having both of those Ratataskers back in the reserve. Should be interesting to see which of them they decide to play out from hand here. We could go back to the same scenario that we were talking about earlier. Do they play the boost out? Do they play the ramp out? What else do we have going? And now they'll have the decision made for them with a Orta Spy hitting one of
Yeah.
them. And it looks like it hits the boost one. It does.
Yeah. And now it's getting interesting for the decision making of the coder because they arguably don't have a lot of tools available to them. But of course, these uniques could always just go absolutely crazy. And I'm not too sure what the options are, but I'm excited to see what's happening here now. And I'm kind of glad we got to see this now.
Yeah, I'm glad we were able to jump in here because this is definitely not the typical gameplay that we are used to seeing. And we get to see some fun uniques being played in a variety of different ways. I'm honestly happy not that we got in here, but also that they got the correct setup in order to
Yeah,
even play these because we definitely could have gone in here and they just never drew a foundry. They just never drew the uniques and we
exactly.
just
Yeah,
see a regular Kojo. But we'll see what they decide to do here. We'll have to see what the Sigismar is going to respond with. They only have 3 mana left, which means they can play both of their cards from reserve. But we do see the Foundry being tapped here, or exhausted rather, since we're playing Altered. And a Scotty coming out. We saw one coming out earlier in day 1, and it'll just go ahead and
yeah.
exhaust those cadets.
And I just want to point out the only other cards that interact with the Foundry are the Scuddy and a single common Rototosk in the deck for this Kojo. So yeah, this Foundry is definitely very reliant on all the uniques available, and it's looking quite nice so far.
It's interesting too, especially with having these unique Ratataskers, you're almost always wanting to run 3 of, some variation of Ratatasker in Foundry decks just for that easy 1 cost boost effect. But it definitely doesn't seem like these uniques are too bad to replace even a common or a rare, version of the Ratatasker in your deck list and be able to utilize those foundry abilities as we do see the second unique here that'll allow some ramp for the Kojo pop out. And will they return the itself or will they try to target one of the Sigismar cards to prevent some advancing going on here?
I would expect it to return itself, but they're thinking about it, so maybe it just maybe also just return this cadets here. The recruit, I mean.
Yeah, only 2 mana left here for the Sigismar, which is plenty of mana typically for a Sigismar to make something work. Um, But yeah, I have to feel like the ideal play is just to return itself, but they do decide to target the token.
Yeah, so I think that there has to now be a teamwork training or a tiny jail, and I think otherwise, actually, there could also be no, a frog prince isn't blocking, legate isn't doing anything, and yeah, actually, the Sigismar is passing, so it's another one for so it's a one. Yeah, I think last day was also 1 for 1, so it's again
Yep.
a 1 for 1, and that's favoring the coach. But Sigismar can be happy to have gotten rid of both the Reddit tusks this turn and are hopefully looking to play a fair game again.
They did get the ramp, so we may be looking at the Kojo potentially deciding not to mana here. And they are going into a Buddha turn. They do decide to mana, so they
Yeah.
will be able to use everything available to them. I have to assume we're more than likely going to see the Scotty played first to reduce the options for the Sigismar in the reserve at the very least, and then see what they have left in the hand. Always feels good to be ahead and then have a Buddha ready for you as a Kojo. And at this point, it does look like they're just going to try to stack on one side and just use that huge lead that they made early on in order to just take this game.
Yeah, and this Sigismar is still definitely in the catch-up game and somehow has to beat out either expedition now, and yeah, that is Serengar on that hero, hero expedition. Looking very strong, just contesting that single forest biome for them. And yeah,
Yeah, and then with one less card in reserve available to them with that Ortis Spy sitting there, we do see the Overseer pop out. Don't see those too often these days, but it is a good card, especially if you are behind. A little bit better than cadets, but obviously requires you to be behind. But we do see the Foundry being exhausted, and we'll see a rare Foundry armor show up for the
oh
Kojo.
yeah, this card definitely also interacting with the Foundry Bastion. I kind of missed that looking at the deck list, but yeah, this now looking quite strong.
Yeah, I don't know what else they have left for 3 mana that's gonna be able to stop both sides here, and, we may be looking at the Kojo at least going adjacent and putting themselves in another good position to go take one more advance and take the game. So we'll have to see what the Sigismar can respond with here. They do have to catch up a good amount on both sides with only 3 mana, so they may not even be able to come back at all and give up a 2-0.
Yeah, I think there are definitely options to prevent that 2-0, especially if you have an Artist Trooper in hand. But I think every line where you're blocking on that companion expedition would have to start with you playing a Artist Trooper and then having, I think most of the one costs or two costs would then be blocking, but I think a two cost on its own isn't doing too much here, and yet they do already have to play that Sandman onto. I think they even have to sleep on that companion expedition. So yeah, the Buddha is getting put to sleep, and yeah, that was just a very powerful turn still for the Koja to force that Sandman out quite early.
Yeah, and then they'll have the rare Buddha on player 2 situation just because it got slipped. So,
Yeah,
exciting times for the Kojo. They will have no cards at hand, however, but they are currently having the mana advantage, so they can also choose not to mana here for the following day. Have some pretty decent cards in their reserve while having a still a huge advantage on the tumult. So realistically, they can just use this next day to potentially just set up for another Buddha turn, or they can just try to gun it because the Sigismar is not looking too great as far as resources available to them at this point either.
yeah, and yeah, just opening that turn with these two cards in reserve, putting out a lot of stats in what you need. It's just amazing. And I think the Kojo might just take the game off of that if there's no sabotage coming out from the Sigismar here.
Yeah, I think the companion side's looking pretty good as far as the different terrains that are available to them and the stats that they have, especially with the Sandman and the Overseer focusing more so on water and mountain, and they can potentially just go over on the forest terrain. We will see the Overseer use the support ability instead of using the play just to get some stats over there on the companion side without actually having to pay the 2 mana for the Overseer.
I didn't quite. I was a bit focused on something else.
You're good.
But it,
So they ended up playing the Overseer support ability to get the token
okay,
on
yeah,
the companion
I see. Yeah,
side, and then just played the Sandman. Um, we will see the Saringer come out. The one cost trooper obviously is a nice play for the Sigismar. So we'll have to see what the Kojo has left in hand in addition to that Foundry armor in the reserve. I imagine if they have a good different trigger, potentially, if maybe another armor available to them, that it would be feel nice. But you did mention that there are limited options as far as the trigger for the Foundry, if I
we
remember
actually
correctly.
haven't seen any uniques from the Sigismar so far, and they aren't looking to win the game. Actually, the uniques. Actually, they are running a single unique that's discarding a permanent that would have been pretty amazing early on into the game, but sadly they didn't get it, and now just overloading that companion side with the Serengars just to get as many forest stats as possible is looking kind of unbeatable, I'd say. And also just now putting that foundry armor also into that companion side, I think is just winning for the Kojo.
And we also may run into that single common Ratatasker that you mentioned before as a possible final play here for the Kojo if they decide to play the armor here from reserve, which would have to be like a nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
for the Sigismar player. We'll see if that ends up being the case. It'll probably be pretty difficult just to come back with the stats available on the companion side at the moment, and only one card in hand. But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and we do already see the GGs coming out from both players. So Sigismar's just going to pass, as is the Kojo, and Kojo takes the game.
All it took was getting every single thing that you needed and just keep on using it. So
Yeah,
congratulations to Moondust there. That was a fun deck to watch, and different uniques. So I'm glad we were able to take a look at that. Probably one of the big highlights that I've seen recently in AWOL memory that weren't like the finals or something, right? So
yeah.
fun little list there. Thank you again to everyone that has been watching thus far. We are currently in the Swiss round two of the AWOL season two Monday weekly number 8. I am Blue. My co-commentator is Runefolk. He showed up last minute, so thank Runefolk for that and being able to talk while Pandy decided to go to work instead of actually do some commentary for Altered.
Yeah,
Um,
that's wrong decisions.
right. We do still have Warrior R and Keelan guy going. Let's just pop in there just to
Yeah,
see
sure.
what's gonna go on here between I'm assuming an Aphonis and Sigismar matchup. Oh,
No,
nope, Lindaway.
I I'm taking Keelan's Spindle's hostage, so he's not able to play that today. And I already heard that he has Small Step Giant Leap in hand. He's talking a bit about the game with Nico in our team chat, and seems like Keelan isn't too happy with the game state. But I think going into tiebreaker, a Lindeef, especially when having this Mouth Lantern, can put out a lot of stats. And surprisingly, this Jack Frost didn't hit the Lantern. I think the Lantern would have just been more threatening than the Belasenka, just because it puts out a lot more stats. But
Yeah,
of course, the Lindy would have to sacrifice a character, and currently the Belasenka is looking like quite quite some nice stats. But we do actually now see this sacrifice onto that Belasenka for Keelan.
yeah. And hi Reno in the chat. Yeah, it was fun to get to watch your game. I'm sorry you had to deal with those Ratataskers, but it was fun to watch. So appreciate you putting up with that and having to deal with those uniques. But we do see a fun little tiebreaker going on here. We get to see Moth. We also get to see Mama Moth get sacrificed by the lantern. And a spy just gets thrown out for good measure to prevent any use of exhausted Belasenkas. We will get an after you sacrifice on that token, I have to imagine. Get some more boosts, get some more Moth, and more stats. So one card left for the Sigismar, and it's a
And
teamwork
it's
training.
Yeah, I kind of expected that, but now let's see if Keelan actually has something to put up with that. And actually, a Belasenka here at this point would actually only be tying. But yeah, that I think that Alchemist is just taking the game by 2 stat points in
Yep.
total, and yeah, very close. But Keelan still managed to win it in the end, and I'm happy for my teammate here, of course. But yeah, Warrior are sadly taking his first loss of the tournament.
Yeah, Keelan guy, despite all of his whining and complaining before the start of the tiebreaker and having a small step giant leap, still takes the game. Typical of him. You get to see Lindaway get another victory, but we are in Swiss round two, like I mentioned before. Got to watch the end of a little tiebreaker game there.
Oh, yeah.
Um, we'll see what we have left here. Getting down
Keelan
to a
also
few games.
not now showing up here in chat. Lindy Way.
I'm gonna go ahead and go to table 60. It shows the most
Sure.
percentages. Why not? We'll take a look at it. Switch over for everyone. We do have another Lindaway versus a Navenka. So fun little setup
Oh,
here. Some heroes that we
we
don't
see
always get to
winter
see.
outfits,
Oh yeah, winter outfits on a Navenka. That's cool.
and that hero side for the Lindy with the double Moth Lantern looking very strong right now.
Yeah, especially being one up on the toll. Oh, hit my mic. Sorry for everyone who did that. especially being one on the tumult there. But we do see a unique Flamel come out here for the Navinka. That is when I go to the reserve from the expedition zone, you may return a spell, and you may have target character other than me lose fleeting as well as a hand effect.
Yeah, that's quite nice. And now having to sadly sacrifice their own moth, to create enough moths to block out that Navenka on that hero side.
At this point, I'm sure they're fine going one for one, maintaining the lead, especially if they have the wonderful watch listed card known as a small step giant leap in hand, which they very well may have. And we do see a bunch of cards go to the reserve for the Navenka. Had to use a lot there to try to keep up. We do see one card get returned due to that unique Flamel effect. The rest will have to decide what to get rid of, and they decide to get rid of the unique, as well as keep the Mage Dancer and have the Seringer stick around.
Yeah, getting rid of that unique makes decent sense. The forecast from reserve is pretty much unplayable, and that supportability at this point not doing a whole lot since we are probably on the final day of the game. So fleeting isn't really impactful anymore. And yeah,
Yep,
just deciding to play without it.
yep, they will have Moth available to them if they do in fact not run into the small step giant leap. Potentially, uh, still a lot of cards available for the Navenka. Should be an interesting day potentially here if they're able to stop the Lindaway, but my hopes are not very high considering we do see a mana from the Lindaway, so they'll only have two cards in hand to work with, but two Baba's Isbas potentially to set up some after use, but no characters at the moment to either sacrifice to create the mana moth or keep doing stuff with. They would have to potentially just pay a mana to sacrifice the Maw at the moment.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping to see probably a gift of self for the Lindy to get some cards into hand. Otherwise, I think it might get very difficult. And we do see this Tanuki here getting rid of that Moth Lantern, which is probably the biggest threat right now for this Navenka, or from the side of the Lindy Way. And we do see a nice Autos Cadets to create two bodies for this Lindy. And it's from hand, from anywhere you may create a token in its own expedition. And when it leaves, you're able to put a card from your hand in reserve and return a card afterwards. And we
Okay.
do see the second Tanuki to get rid of the off you go from hand, and there we see a moth lantern to not sacrifice yet, but of course the Eastbars are pretty much doing that. So their potential 4/4 stats going out for the Slenderway and being on a water expedition. The Tanukis are currently not contesting, and this is looking quite nice.
Yep. And I don't know if there's much else that the Navinka can do at the moment, because they'd have to block both sides. So without hitting the small step giant leap, it doesn't quite matter. And we do see a time limit reached. I didn't realize how close we were. So it looks like the Linda Way wins based off of time. Yep.
Yeah,
Looked like they were more than likely going to win either way, but Moth takes the
yeah.
victory. And that was the end of the Swiss round two. Thank you for everyone that has joined us thus far. It's been some great games. We got to see some fun uniques that we don't typically get to see. This is the AWOL Season 2 Monday Weekly number 8. It is always a good time. We've had 170 players join for this event after the recent upgrade to 7 rounds and more players available. Let's get it up to 200, guys. Come on, EU players. It's not going to come from us in NA. It's got to be you guys doing it. But
Yeah.
either way, we are in the Swiss round three. A lot of games to take a look at potentially as far as different setups. I think we'll potentially just try to find some folks that may not have we may not have seen before at the moment.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
currently looking at table 9.
Okay.
I don't. I think I recognize both the names, but I'm not too sure if they were shouted out on stream too often. It's Lauren Deal against Gabriel Guya, and Gabriel in round two defeated Tempesta Danesh, probably on the Aphonis. So yeah, that's always an accomplishment to get in round two already,
Mhm.
and seeing Tempest lose that early, that's definitely interesting to see. And
All right. Let's take a look at
uh,
it. And we will see a Kojo versus an Aphonis.
it's not loading for me yet, but I'll get into the game shortly.
Sounds like a plan. Get
But I
in
can, in the
there.
meantime, get the deck lists, I think, for
Indeed. We're waiting
myself.
for the players to select the cards they want to discard as mana. We are looking at the Kojo being the first player here on day one. So we will see an immediate Buddha and whatever else they have available to them at this point after they decide on the mana setup here. I have to imagine we'll be looking at a fairly meta deck for the Aphonis and see what variations the Kojo can throw out at us. I'm not as hopeful this time around that we'll see some crazy different uniques, but you never know. I may be surprised.
So we do see a Sun Wukong for the Kojo that is losing fleeting and it's resupplying on play. So I quite like that one. So basically a repeatable resupply.
Hmm?
And we do already see the Haven, so that goes very well along with an reoccurring resupply, and also it basically has two both conditions to require a landmark, since one of them is you need a landmark, and the other one is you need two or more boosted characters, and in Kojo you're most likely to only get this up with the Haven, so definitely a nice start for them. The other one is a Trickster to draw cards. And the last one for the Kojo is a Chiron that's boosting and sabotaging at the same time. So quite nice as well. For this Aphonis, we are seeing reds to or two reds actually that are bouncing spells when they are leaving the expedition zone, and one Lyra Scald that is giving fleeting at dusk and returning spells at dusk. So
Nice.
quite a nice unique setup here as well.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to know if the Kojo had a one cost in hand that they were potentially thinking about playing, but decided not to, or if they were just relying entirely on that first Haven play. We do see that Moth to a Flame come out immediately from the reserve for the Aphonis, and why not throw the Mighty Jin on the opposite side, um, just to get a draw here, I have to imagine, for the Kojo and do another one for one, and the fauna says, "Fine, I'll draw 2," and make that moth bigger.
Yeah. And unfortunately for the Kojo, the resupply they got off their Haven was a mana option, which I personally don't really like in the early game for Kojo, because you're just putting yourself at a disadvantage for the rest of the game. And yeah, that's why I think Kojo currently struggles into Sigismar, just because they don't have early on removal tools for the value generation of the Aphonis they can do, and sometimes the coach just has to take the loss with discarding mana from themselves to get rid of these value generation tools for of the Aphonis.
Yeah, the main removal that you see from the Kojo side of things doesn't lend itself too great for the Aphonis matchup, I have to imagine, like you're talking about, whether you're losing that mana from the Mana Eruption, or if you're using Intimidation to just give the hand card advantage back to the Aphonis potentially, that they can definitely bait out if they choose to, on some occasions, especially if they see it coming from the reserve for a resupply. So
Yeah,
either way, not the best, but this Kojo's doing quite all right at the moment. Interestingly enough, we do see that Mighty Jin come out on the hero side. Um, they can still advance in force if they so choose. So not a horrible play, but we do see a Baba Yaga just go right over the top of the Buddha. with a nice draw for the Aphonis.
Mm. Yeah, and now if there are any spells, it's buffing out that Baba Yaga even bigger. But yeah, that Serenga putting 3 additional stats would mean there either has to be 2 spells to block this, or 1 spell and a Helping Hand to win this expedition. So it's looking quite threatening on that expedition. But yeah, definitely there are tools for that Aphonis, but it's oftentimes just I think the most efficient way to deal with this now is a off you go for the Aphonis. Otherwise, it's always pretty inefficient, and you would have to discard a bunch of cards from your reserve to not go down 2. But from my own gameplay experience on Aphonis, you are pretty fine just losing a double expedition early on to just set up to a card advantage. So I really come to like playing Conjuring Seal on day 1 into pretty much any matchup, just knowing going down 2 expeditions, and oftentimes you actually end up going only down 1 expedition when you're playing a Conjuring Seal day 1 on Aphonis. But yeah, here this you know that you're likely losing the expedition when you already spent 3 of your mana. Of course, you drew a card therefore at least. But yeah, now finding a way to get a benefit out of this situation is a lot harder.
Definitely. And you did mention Helping Hand, which is interesting because I had forgot to bring it up earlier because we were talking about watch listed cards, and Helping Hand was one of those cards
Oh
for
yeah.
Faunus in addition to the small step. Which is the reasoning I gave to myself at least as why they didn't target the spindle harvesters, uniques is because they're like, "Oh, we think helping hand's more of a problem than the actual unique is concerned." But which I don't disagree with, but I mean, you could still watch list the spindle harvesters too. But we do see a unique red come out here for the Aphonis. When I leave the expedition zone, if I have 2 or more boosts, you may return a spell from your reserve to your hand. Um, but they can't get a boost here, so what's is that just to get the advance?
Yep, most likely. The it seems like Diaphanos is scared to just go down 2 expeditions and not get a benefit out of this, so they just choose to go down 1 expedition early, go down 1 expedition, and interestingly, discarding that Baba Yaga over that magical training, because for this magical training to be beneficial, you'd first have to get a bounce on this, and I think there's nothing in the deck for the Aphonis that does that. Oh, actually, there are 3 copies of Sleight of Hand, so they might just be able to swap this magical training out of their reserve into their hand again, and then be able to play it that way.
Yeah. So the only other option would be to get the 2 boosts on the red and then just have it returned at the end of the day, but I don't imagine that would be the most ideal play. I think you'd more than likely wanna try to keep on returning that helping hand that we
Yeah.
mentioned before, but, we'll have to see how it goes. Interestingly enough, for the Kojo, they are no longer on any forest terrain, on the tumult. So the Seringer won't be as valuable to them, but the Haven will give at least 1 boost to the Seringer to give it the 2 stats in the other areas to not be completely horrible and also get a draw if they so choose at the end of the day. But we'll see what happens. Plenty of cards in hand for both players at this point with a similar card advantage.
And for me right now, this red for the Aphonis is looking quite bad. You're spending 3 of your mana to just put out a single stat point in the important biomes. So Kojo is most likely just able to outstat this red coming out, and I think also best that they would probably would have to play a mage dancer or disciple from Handstone to be able to contest something, and otherwise it's looking quite hard.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. It's not I mean, it's still a good unique, but it's just not the ideal for this scenario, and you have to pay a little bit more from reserve, which I bet is not what they were looking for when they were playing certain uniques. Ideally, if you can get the 2-2 version, I'm sure you'd be much happier. But we'll see what's going to happen here. They will be the first to play. I have to imagine they want to get that red out if they're going to play it, because Kojo definitely could be running some decent amount of sabotage. Bravos itself always having some sabotage available, it seems like.
Yeah, there
Um,
are 3 Tooth Fairies and two Bouncers in the list, and of course also 1 unique that is sabotaging, so I think in total 6 sabotage tools for this Kojo.
yeah, so good amount available to them. So you always have to be aware of that. But we will go ahead and see a Flamel first play, which would leave the red open, but not necessarily need to sabotage it as it is a 3 cost and cannot be played currently. But they could always use the support ability, I guess. But either way, we'll see another Haven out. Why not, right?
Yeah, and this Haven here looks, especially the resupply for this Kojo, the Pathfinder, is again just threatening to take a win on that companion expedition and the Serenga going to hero side. So the Aphonis has already got to plan around that and has to find a way to boost the Flamel on that hero side twice to block out that Pathfinder. Otherwise, it's just taking the expedition. And I think even Pathfinder and Serenga going onto that companion expedition is potentially just winning for that Kojo. So this is definitely a difficult decision for the Aphonis on what they actually are doing here.
Yeah, it should be a weird setup here. They do have a lot of cards in hand, so they definitely seem to have options. One
The
thing I
optimal
yeah, good.
the optimal hand for me for this Aphonis right here would have to be a disciple onto that hero side and just watching what the Kojo is playing and afterwards playing a helping hand onto the Flamel. Of course, going down 2 cards, but I think there's no other way to not go down on expeditions this turn.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they could also use the cost reduction from their unique, but I don't know if they actually want to
Yeah.
this time around. But we'll have to see. Um, how it gets set up here. Going back to the sabotaging from the Kojo side of stuff, you did mention that they're running Tooth Fairies, correct? So
Yeah.
it's also been pretty interesting to see um, with Kojo deck lists on how they decide to use those rare slots for sabotage. I feel like a lot earlier on in season one, for example, we saw a lot of spies take some of those spots. And lately, we've been seeing a lot of tooth fairies going there instead, opting for the reduced costs from hand, as far opposed to the additional effect that you might get from reserve from the spy. So it's always fun to see the different variations in how different deck lists develop over time.
Yeah, and I think actually, one of my teammates, Freeloader, I think on set one, he was one of the players that didn't like spies in their Kojo lists, but
Mhm.
now recently adopted the spies in their lists again because he's trying out if the sabotage is actually improving the Athanas matchup because it might be threatening to hit key targets. But I'm not too sure how that testing has been going for him.
Yeah, honestly, I think it kind of depends on what you're running sometimes as far as like other cards and uniques. The Kojo list I'm running, I have multiple uniques that puts cards from hand to reserve a lot. And I almost prefer having spies for that scenario. Even if I'm not utilizing the sabotage effect, having a 2 cost spy that I can often hit with Haven, feels pretty good a lot, especially if I don't have anything else I wanna put in reserve. But yeah, it's always interesting to see how people can do with, different things in their list, but we do see a unique Lyris Scald being played for the Aphonis, utilizing that cost reduction from the red that we mentioned before, where at dusk, you may discard a card from your reserve. If you do, up to 1 target character gains fleeting, and at dusk, you may return a spell from your reserve to your hand. So it doesn't look like they'll be able to utilize both effects here, so it should be interesting to see which one they decide to use.
Yeah, and sadly, this Scald is right now doing absolutely nothing except of returning that magical training, since just playing out that Pathfinder would just be winning on that companion expedition, but Kojo actually favoring to play out their mana option, going even on mana again by discarding the ramp they got earlier. Surprisingly, not going to show their Mighty Jin that they put into mana and instead showing a Isenboshi. And I think I would have just preferred playing out that Pathfinder. Because playing out the Pathfinder, especially together with the Tiny Jin, you're going to match point, and the only downside is your opponent is getting to return a magical training. And I think that's not really worth the magical training isn't really worth an entire expedition for this Aphonis. So
Yeah.
that's some weird decision making for me. But maybe they're just favoring to play 2 cards next turn from reserve to get the Haven boosts, but still they would have at least had 1 card to get the Haven boosts together with the Mana Eruption. So still some surprising decisions for me.
Yeah, still the Codes are not in a bad spot at all at this point. Being able to play that Tiny Gin from reserve on the terrain that makes the most sense for it. And it also happens to be where the Faunus is as well. So will be hard to overcome that mountain stat unless they have a nice little off you go to hit them with. But we do see the Mage Dancer come out on the companion side for the Aphonis, only needing Forest to advance. But the Kojo could do just as much damage with that Pathfinder on the companion side with only needing water to advance, and maybe even looking at double advancing with just paying 4 mana between the Tiny Jin and the Pathfinder while having 4 cards still in hand.
Yeah, and it's it's still always very difficult to contest a mage dancer, so maybe the Kojo also just ends up contesting or heavily contesting that hero expedition and going for a 1-for-1 trade. But there is possibilities for them to outstat that mage dancer, even though it seems very hard.
They opt to go with the Fire Rabbit early on. I assume this is just try to slow play a little bit, opposed to playing out what they have in reserve and using that Fire Rabbit as a bit of a surprise. So we'll have to see if it's able to work for them. And we do see another Mage Dancer, so there is a lot available to the Aphonis at this point, um, potentially in hand as far as spells that they could play. Just a matter of do they have them and will it work for them?
Oh, and that actually is a very nice intimidation. For me, that intimidation looks to be on the wrong target because that mage dancer can just be replayed onto that companion expedition. And together with the cost reduction of a Flamel and maybe potentially a sleight of hand from hand or any other 1 cost spell, I think sleight of hand is probably the best because you're definitely bouncing that magical training and getting 2 spells to play. And I think that is probably just taking that companion expedition, and you might think that other mage dancer might still get a lot of boosts, but I'm not too sure how many it will actually end up getting. I think 4 it will get by playing those exact 2 cards with Sleight of Hand and help, magical training. So that wouldn't be enough to take on that hero side.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Honest does have the cards that they do need that you mentioned before at this point. Um, Not sure if that's something that they've been holding on to. Interestingly enough, they do hit 2 Mage Dancers played that turn. So we'll have to see if they decide to come out again with another Mage Dancer on the companion side that you mentioned already, or if they're just going to try to contest the hero side hard, which doesn't seem like the ideal scenario, especially with another Pathfinder available in the reserve that can add 5 more stats in Mountain at this point. So tough decision potentially here for the Faunus. They are taking their time to figure it out and see if they are going to go with one side or the other, or if they have even what they need. But we do see it go on the companion side, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and this, I think the Pathfinder might just be able to take the game when there's not perfectly the perfect cards in the hand for the Aphonis. I think there would have to be 2 1-cost spells or a Beauty Sleep to somehow take this. But actually, this Off You Go onto that Tiny Gen also is taking that Hero Expedition. So they are trading again, and yeah, it's maybe the Aphonis is able to get back, but sadly not getting 4 boosts or 3 boosts onto the Mage Dancer, so no draws, and has to discard 2 cards now from reserve, most likely discarding the spells, or maybe even the Aphonis has to keep one of the magical trainings because their hand doesn't allow them to actually discarding the magical training. So the Aphonis now has to draw good cards, and of course, a double Mage Dancer setup is quite nice, but if there's no spells to go alongside it, it might be very hard. And we have talked about the sabotage tools from that Kojo. So 6 sabotages, they surely have to have at least one of those in hand, and will probably end up sabotaging the other Mage Dancer. And yeah, there we do see that Tooth Fairy.
Yeah, sure enough, we do see a tooth fairy. The only downside here for the Kojo is that they do not have anything in the reserve at the moment to utilize the havens, but it doesn't seem like that may be too much of an issue. We do see that conjuring seal that you mentioned earlier on to be able to draw some cards potentially for the Aphonis, and another card that you also mentioned in the Sun Wukong that allows you to resupply if you control one or more landmarks, and then from reserve if you control 2 or more boosted characters, I gain 2 boosts and lose fleeting. So a lot of options, and why not another unique for the Kojo, right? The
Yeah.
Ouroboros Trickster. If you control 2 or more boosted characters, roll dice. 4 plus, gain 2 boosts, 1 3, gain 1 boost. You may pay 1. If you do, draw a card.
Yeah, and I think now there would have to be an Off You Go or Beauty Sleep plus another card for the Aphanas to contest that Companion Expedition. And we actually see the Beauty Sleep as the first card. And now there has to be a second spell or character to block on that Companion Expedition. Or the or the Kojo just has another card from hand. And yeah, we do see another mana eruption to get rid of that Studious Disciple and probably win the game. I don't think there's anything for 2 that has 3 mountain stats.
Yeah. Always fun to
Yeah.
see a mana eruption on a studious disciple, right? Um,
Definitely, yeah.
Big plays coming there
A
from
very
the Kojo.
threatening card.
Yeah, coming from the Kojo player. As they take the victory, we do get to see a fun little game there, I think, as far as Kojo getting that lead and maintaining it a little bit. Some potential differences of opinion on our end as far as how things could have been played. But either way, fun game to watch as we go back here and see what else we have available to continue watching here in the AWOL Season 2, Monday Weekly number 8. We are watching the Swiss Round 3. That was a fairly decently long game, but we still have some other games to watch for everyone. I am Blue. Haven't said my name here in a while, and I enjoy saying my own name. Blue, blue, blue. And so is my this is my co-commentator, Runefolk. He is on Twitch streaming a little bit more now, so be sure to follow him.
Yeah, you can catch me there on I'm Runefolk, and probably also Thursdays on Andy Andy's channel when we are casting our own AKZ championships. But yeah, I hope to see you all on my stream. Of course, I want to have some viewers, and yeah, I'm looking already at the tables, and I on the upper tables that are still running, I'm seeing one table with Cladus and another with Genetic, and both are. I'm excited to see both of these players. So maybe you want to jump into one of these.
Alright, I'll just pick the first one I see, and that's table 8.
Sure.
And let's switch on over there. I'm gonna be seeing a Sigismar versus a Finn. A lot of folks watching here as far as spectators are concerned. Big match. We do see a fairly even board state. We do have the Sigismar player currently in the lead on the Tumult, 3 mana apiece, and they do have fairly decent stats in the terrains needed for companion side and enough mana to potentially play a removal here, but they're going to opt for the 3 cost Sandman, which will be a pretty big card to be played here, but there is some stuff available for the Finn. They can cost reduction with the Twinkle Twinkle. They can do some hooking, but the question is do they have another card in hand that is able to help at all?
Yeah, I think there probably isn't anything left for them. I think there's nothing that can outstat on that companion side anymore, and yeah, the fan realizes that as well, it seems. So Cladus is taking that win with that snowman last play that looked very strong here.
Yeah, definitely. So we got to watch the end of that game. A measly 2 elo points transacted between the 2 there. Um,
Yeah,
Gotta love BGA. And we'll switch back real quick, and we can probably catch another game before the end of the Swiss round 3. And the first one I
Genetic
see
lost that game that I just shouted out in the meantime as well. So sadly to lose one of the potential fans for the final table, but I think there are still
table four
some tables left running.
table
42.
42 is the first one I had
Oh,
here.
a Linleaf maybe we see
Oh,
here.
and the game ended with the Linda Way
7-7.
winning.
Okay.
JK.
Okay, yeah. And we
Um
do go into round 4 now.
Okay, so that was the last game that we'll watch here in round 3 of the Swiss. We are watching the AWOL Season 2 Monday Weekly number 8, heading in to round 4 of 7 because we have a bigger tournament here on Mondays. And let's take a look to see what we have available. Not a lot of games starting quite yet, but yeah, anything that you want to take a look at? I do see some recognizable names on the top end of the tables here.
Yeah, I think I shouted out the last games I wanted to watch, so you can definitely
My
choose a
turn.
table this time around. Yeah.
I'm gonna pick. Let's see. You know what? I'm gonna go to table one here with Vittorio, aka Victor. He's a fellow content creator from Italy. Got to interview him way back when he placed in Angers, and played a Kraken in his Sigismar deck way back when.
Oh,
So that
that
was
is interesting.
that was fun. So we'll see what he has going here today as he's taking on Damien C91. I'm assuming that's the way it's done. That's not too bad. I'm saying it that way. Either way, go into the game here. And I'll switch over as they pick their mana. The trick without having to wait for game art is if you go in immediately as the game
I
opens,
I
you don't
just
have to
did that, yeah.
yeah, you don't have to wait for game art, and you can just look at this beautiful screen for everyone that's watching. Um,
I I
yeah.
think I know both players as Sigismar players, but Vittorio, I think I've recently seen him switch to Aphonis as well, and actually both players now on Aphonis. So this I think Aphonis matchups are never too interesting to actually commentate because I think the Aphonis gameplay for both should be quite similar to. It doesn't really matter on who's getting early advantages. It mostly matters about who's able to get a card advantage and do so more efficiently. So I'd say it's oftentimes a game of who gets the better uniques in play or who manages to basically discard or remove the uniques more efficiently to get the card advantage lead. And I think that's oftentimes what it comes down to. And yeah,
Yeah,
so
I've
we'll
definitely
just
seen
see a bunch of cards drawn this game.
yeah, I've definitely seen, speaking of drawing cards, a Faunus first day where both Faunuses just played Conjuring Seal, and they're like, "I'm fine with it. Let's
Yeah,
next turn, please." And we see
yeah,
magical training.
that's interesting first play. And the Damien does choose to or did draw the Conjuring Seal day one. And yeah, I think just off of that, Damien probably in the lead already. Just seeing that Conjuring Seal. And we see a Muna Caregiver from Vittorio. That's interesting. That's not a card we see too often in Aphonis. But that always makes me think if he's potentially running uniques that are resupplying when you play a spell.
Yeah, and then being able to just keep it out there with an anchoring ability if they do not
Yeah.
have an innate one available to them, especially, or if they have one and they just want to keep on anchoring. Either way, the fact that we do see the caregiver out there, we may be looking at a potential setup here on this day. or we may not. Who knows? But we will see the first play go to the bottom of Faunus, who displays the Nilum, and we're
And
gonna Moth.
I can now also tell what kind of uniques they are running, and looking at that nylon list, can I I think I know which player is playing which uniques, and there are 3 Balasankas in one of these players' lists. So you can maybe figure out who's playing the Balasankas. And the other one is playing a bit more standard uniques that are spell bouncing ones when at dusk and when they are leaving the expedition zones. And oh yeah, Vittorio, I remember the one unique from him, a tooth fairy that is of course at dusk bouncing a card, yeah. And also when it leaves the expedition zone, you may pay one to sabotage. The
Interesting.
pay one on that sabotage does take quite a bit of flexibility, but still definitely a solid unique.
Yeah, and in the chat, of course, when we see a Faunus mirror matchup, we do see the Keylon guy pop up. He's not getting his fix since he took his uniques lately, so he's trying to watch a little bit.
Yeah.
And what better way to do that than be able to see Moth as well? We do see Vittorio opting to use that magical training and on the unique that when I leave the expedition zone, you may return a card other than me from your reserve to your hand. If I would have thought ahead of time, I thought it would have been trying to return that magical training, but I guess not. It looks like they
I would
may
have thought so as well, yeah.
will potentially get to see that caregiver get returned if they so choose. It is a May ability, right? Yeah, so they don't have to, but they decide to, and we'll
Yeah.
see the caregiver back in hand. But like you mentioned, a lot of different options here for the bottom of Faunus, especially if it's some of those new Belisanka uniques that everyone's paying $1,000 for these days. It seems like um, to get some exhausting done. But
Yeah, and I think all of these Belasenkas are the super expensive ones because they are not only double exhausting, but they are also discarding a card from your opponent's hand, and they are doing that on play. So I think these are actually the €1,000 Belasenkas. They are absolutely looking giga strong, and yeah, one of them discards a card when leaving the expedition, and additionally at dusk, if its expedition is behind, it's also discarding a permanent. So yeah, these Balasenkas, they look strong. They look very strong.
yeah, I think those definitely have been the stars of Trial by Frost as far as new unique abilities available to different cards. Cole has two Belisenkas. DM me for good price. Are they the common versions? Um, and yeah, it should be interesting to see those being played. Like you mentioned, they are garnering quite a hefty price from what I've been able to see. They do look pretty though, as far as available effects. Yeah, common Bilisenkas are great. Why do you need anything else? You want a double exhaust? Get out of here. Either way, we do see a dancer come out for the top of Faunus here. We'll see have to see what's gonna happen. And sure enough, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. We have a unique Belisenka from anywhere. You may exhaust up to two cards in reserve. If there are two or more exhausted cards in reserve, target opponent discards a card from their hand. And for good measure, they're going to exhaust their own Conjuring Seal to activate that second effect.
Yeah, just looking absolutely brutal. This being a on-play effect. So actually, both of these abilities being on-play effect, just absolutely broken, in my opinion. They are looking so strong.
And we'll go ahead and have that caregiver get discarded. They get returned earlier. See, they knew it was coming, so they brought the caregiver back so that they could discard it on this
Yeah.
day. So it makes sense. We do see a Conjuring Seal, which will be enough boosts out there in order to get them high enough on the hero side and do a one for one, despite having to deal with that Belisenka. But guess
Yeah.
what? We'll have to deal with it again here on the
Exactly.
on the following day because it'll be a first turn play for the bottom Sigismar that's more than likely going to exhaust both of their cards in reserve. And why not create them off and make you discard a card?
And we might not only have to deal it once more, but multiple times more, since it's Aphonis and it could just be helping handed. And also there are, of course, multiple of these Belasenkas in the deck. So yeah, there's the potential of just a bunch of discards and the top Aphonis just be only being allowed to play from hand, other than the once in a while card they can once play from their reserve when they're the first player. But other than that, it looks rough for them.
Yeah, if you thought you weren't having fun playing against Hostage Akesha by Runefolk here, try playing against these uh, Belasenkas. It's probably just as equally fun in general. You want to pay a couple $1,000s? You can add those to your Akesha deck just for fun. Um,
Yeah, I'm not really interested in that, but thanks for the offer.
I don't even know if this Aphonis player here and Damien is even looking to sell this card. I imagine they probably had to pay a hefty sum to get these,
Yeah,
but
probably.
we do see a field reinforcements being discarded from the top Aphonis. We get a moth. Available for the bottom Aphonis. They have 2 mana left, and we very likely could see potentially a helping hand to recycle that Belasenka, but we do at least see a Mage Dancer come from the top Faunus and a field reinforcements. Very nice. From the
Yeah,
bottom
getting the
Faunus.
draw and the token, and that's looking quite nice. But of course, there are options for, so there are helping hands for the Saphanas and magical trainings, which when you're only playing from hand are very valuable. But luckily for this top Aphonas, we haven't seen a helping hand this turn onto that Belasenka, but we know there are more of these Belasenkas potentially coming, and yeah, it's looking rough. So
Yeah, and to avoid losing cards, yeah, I was thinking we're probably going to see that magical training being played again, just to get the card draw and only have to get rid of one card here from the reserve. I was getting kind of worried there for the Aphonis, potentially having to get rid of multiple cards in the reserve at the start of that day after getting both of their cards exhausted. But considering everything, not too bad after having to deal with that one Belisenka.
yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, yeah, we're keeping up quite well with the cards so far, even though the Belasenka text came out twice already. And yeah, the bottom Aphanas still having 6 cards in hand, so still quite a lot. And yeah,
Yeah,
the other
all things being
Belasenkas are
equal.
just cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other both are just 4/4 costs.
Oh,
So
they don't have to pay 5 from hand? Well,
nope.
obviously you needed that. I mean,
Yeah.
who pays 5 for a
Yeah,
Belisenka, right?
exactly.
We do see that Mage Dancer come out from the reserve. Always a great Aphonis play that every Aphonis player loves and waits for their entire life. That's why we see uniques getting discarded over the rare Mage Dancers or even common Mage Dancers being played from reserve for the Aphonis. And you know what? You're not going to get a chance to play your second one because it's time for Tree Moth. Tree Moth.
Moth.
Yep, Moth.
Yeah.
Tree Moth. Um, it's the code word to get in. But yeah, 2 Moss. Doesn't look like they're planning on contesting against that Mage Dancer on the hero side and looking to just go 1 for 1, which is interesting since they are currently behind. But we do see that helping hand pop out for an atop Aphonis to remove it from that Mage Dancer. So they'll have to make some decisions here unless they just decide to run that helping hand once again. But yeah, 3 mana left for the bottom Aphonis.
And I really quick want to call out that for Vittorio, he's not running any small step giant leaps in the list.
Mm.
So even going to match point, there's no potential for Vittorio to small step to victory here. The Damien therefore is playing a single copy of small step giant leap, And interestingly enough, Vittoria is running 2 copies of Banishing Gates, which we have seen a bunch of Aphonis players cut entirely from their decks, and Vittorio here is still choosing to play that card twice even in their own deck. And I
Yeah.
think that it's potentially quite strong to immediately remove Belasenkas from the field to not go into reserve again. Um, and yeah,
Yeah, it's, curious though, that you wouldn't wanna take one of those common slots for potentially a small step, but, I'm sure he has a plan here, and maybe
yeah,
the bottom Aphonis already knows that the small steps aren't in his deck list and is fine going 1 for 1 and taking it to that final day and potentially just trying to get a 2-0 victory opposed to having to worry about a small step from his opponent. So we will see if that ends up being the case. They do have quite a nice setup with the double tree,
yeah.
available to them. So
Uh, Setup that I right now would really like for Vittorio is beauty sleeping their own mage dancer to keep it around for another day, and putting they would still have to put 2 boosts onto their disciple, but if there's a possibility for that, I'd really like that.
they will throw 1 boost here on the disciple. It still has that helping hand available as well to throw out another boost if they so choose. But instead, we'll get a double pass here and a 1 for 1.
Sadly, no beauty sleep here onto that mage dancer.
Yeah, I have to imagine we'll see both mage dancers here potentially stick around.
Yeah, I'd assume so as well.
I guess he could also decide to try to keep one of the helping hand, depending on what he has in hand. But I'd have to imagine more than likely, even with the potential for getting exhausted, that you'll still keep both mage dancers. But who knows? I've been surprised before, and I wasn't surprised this time. But
Yeah.
yeah, we do have in the chat. Small step is for the weak. Nope, it is for the smart. In fact, so
For the players that want to win. But
yeah.
yeah, I've also came to the realization that Afanas doesn't really need the small steps too much because they're oftentimes, at least in not mirror matchups, oftentimes able to just double advance in the end at the end of the game. So the small steps don't really matter anyway. And but in Afanas mirrors, I think it's still a card that's worth to keep. So yeah, just for the mirror, I think it's a bit rough to cut those, but in pretty much all other matchups, I think you're quite fine to just cut your small steps.
Yeah, at least throw one in there. You never know when you'll need it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've never honestly gone over 2 for small step, and when I'm playing Yzmir in general, just because I felt like if I needed one, I'll keep it at some point. But we do see that unique Belasenka that we've been talking about as well from anywhere if exhaust up to 2 cards, so sorry, mage dancers, and then, if there are 2 more exhausted cards in your reserve, target opponent discards a card from their hand. Why not? Normally, you pay 4 costs just to discard a card from hand with a Baku, but why do that when you can just pay 4 costs to exhaust and, uh, discard a card, and while
Yeah.
you're at it, moff moff.
And I'm looking, and I think just loo looking at that Mage Dancer here, if there's no Tooth Fairy coming out for Vittorio, this Mage Dancer is just potentially looking to take on that companion side, and the Belasenka alongside with the Moth is looking very strong on that hero side. So this might potentially be a double expedition win for Damien just off of the back of that Belasenka. And if there's this mod step in hand, this might just be game. But of course, Vittoria still has something to say about this. So we do see that Category Alchemist coming out that at dusk is bouncing a spell and now has to somehow contest that Mage Dancer. I'd hope to see a off you go here, but if not, this is getting quite hard.
Yeah, small step as the rare. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think the common version, it sucks that it's available to Ysmir, but it happens. It's getting watch listed. We'll see what's gonna happen. We do see that Off You Go as predicted by Runefolk, hitting that Mage Dancer, helping out a lot. But we have a helping hand come out as well just to boost up that moth and put more pressure on the idea of a 2-0, and they can go ahead and play it again if they so choose. Question is, does Vittorio have anything here to be able to stop it? Plenty of options. They could just use that off you go just for funsies, and get rid of the moth, but we'll have to see.
I think playing the second off you go here is probably the most consistent play. I think the only answer for Damien here is either play off you go themselves on that mage dancer or play beauty sleep plus a one cost spell, one cost character. That would of course be the most punishing line of play, but Vittorio here playing slow and playing out that disciple first to see what Damien has planned here.
Yep. We do see that disciple come out, which probably means we have something else available to them. And keeping in mind that they may see some more boosts coming from the helping hand. But we don't know for sure yet. Still some cards in hand for both players. And we could see that 2-0 that we potentially thought was going to happen anyway. Or we could see the top Aphonis be able to stop it and go one for one, as I assume they probably are looking for.
Yeah, I think going one for one is while being ahead is always what you're looking for when the game state otherwise looks very bad for you or quite hard. Going
I'm
into
eating
the
some
next,
pretzels. Hope everyone enjoys the crunching noise.
already looking onto how to go into the next turn, I think this top alpha, the bottom alpha has quite some difficult choices because if they want to play immediately their Belasenka on a second player, they I think always have to exhaust one of their own cards.
Interestingly enough, we do get the off you go, which is the ideal play that we kind of determined getting exhausted, even um, with the Rhyme Frost, to the point that the Topofaunus has to use a helping hand in order to boost up some characters, um,
Yeah,
which they can use again to be able to get that one for one. The question is, does the bottom of Faunus here have anything else that they want to play? Either way, we're looking at a lot of cards in reserve for both the Faunus players,
yeah.
just stacking up and trying to play slow and hopefully catch the other off guard. We do see the pass coming from the bottom of Faunus, and we will see that second helping hand that was played from hand show up and cause that one for one that was the eventual happening anyway, despite having getting hit with the double exhaust there for the mage dancers.
Yeah, and as Damien, you're still quite comfortable because you know there's no smart step from Vittorio here, and maybe Damien doesn't know that themselves yet because they haven't maybe haven't looked at the deck lists, but we do know that for sure, and it's still definitely a tough decision now. Wait, no, for I think it's for neither player really a tough decision on what to keep. Yeah, keeping Helping Hand plus Balasenka and probably keeping Double Mage Dancer is what the players will choose here. And I do still favor Damien with that Belasenka plus the moths coming down from the Nilam for the next turn. And I'm kind of rooting against it because these Belasenkas just look way too strong, and I don't want to see them become meta. So I'm currently still rooting against them, but they do definitely look very strong.
Yeah, you almost feel like you have to keep it in your reserve too when you have a decision. Like, I paid this much money for this card, I'm gonna play it regardless.
Yeah,
Um, Interestingly enough, to get this effect though, they will have to exhaust their own helping hand. So I don't know if they're gonna
yeah,
prioritize discarding a card here. And they do.
and they do.
Okay, so interesting play there. So they will have to Vittoria will have to discard a card, be down to 3 cards left in hand, and 3 cards left in hand for the bottom of Faunus as well. So I have to imagine they still feel confident enough to be able to play all 3 cards here, and potentially hoping to try to stop that for the top Aphonis, and it did cause a sleight of hand discard, so I'm pretty sure that would may have been the right choice potentially. Um, but we do see a helping hand followed by immediate field reinforcements, which feels good. Getting both effects here. Only 3 mana left though, so we'll have to see what pops up here. Have to compete with that bigger and bigger Mage Dancer.
I think the card that's just taking the game immediately for Damien is probably Beauty Sleep, just sleeping that Mage Dancer to not be able to play it again, and no way to wake it up again in Aphonis at the moment. So that's looking definitely very strong. Oh, and we do see a 2 of Moth Lava that is getting the boosts from the from hand effect when there are 2 or more exhausted cards in reserve, and that's a rarely seen card, but I do like it, in fact.
Yeah, bringing Damien going full Moth Faunus on us with
Yeah,
all the different Moth cards available. We do see an Off You Go hit
I,
and get some
to be
boost.
honest, don't I dislike that Off You Go already, but yeah, it's not getting punished by a Beauty Sleep, and I think this is still tying the game with this Mage Dancer now going into
Yeah.
reserve, into hero side, and getting 3 boosts from that helping hand.
Yep.
So
They'll get the
there's now
boost that they
small step
need.
potential.
Yeah, and now we may we thought we weren't gonna have to worry about small step, but guess what? There is a one of, like you mentioned, available to Damien. The question
Yeah,
is that card in hand, in fact, that small step, or will the cards they be drawing be it? Either way, we will no longer see the Belasenkas be a problem, um, as far as cards to be played, so that has to feel nice, especially with Damien coming in here to be the first player, and we see both of those, mage dancers stick around once again, for the top.
and
Aphonis.
now I would really love to see the third Balasenka this game, just shutting down these mage dancers again. But with 15 cards remaining in the deck for Damien, it might not be it might not be the case. And if there's no way for Damien here to exhaust any cards, it might be looking rough because he's not getting use out of his Needham Wither trees.
Yeah, I feel like there's more than likely something that he has available. You were looking at the deck list, so it looked like they had Rhyme Frosts and those
Yeah.
Belasenkas, so we'll have to see if
There's
that pops up.
also
But
there's Ramfrost, Sleight of Hands, Moth to a Flame, um, another Balasenka. So there are still some options. Also, one more Needham is there. There are definitely options, but if in 3 cards there aren't any options, I think then it might get hard.
yeah. Side note, when I was playing my, Sierra tree, love mechanical training with tree. Awesome. Even after you
Yeah.
get your moth and you still wanna use it again to exhaust more cards, even though you don't get moth, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Um, but, yeah, we'll see what they're just gonna do here. Looks like they're trying to figure out if they want to mana or not at this point. Figuring out what they have available to them. Interestingly enough, they do have 0 characters in available to them in the reserve, but 2 potential characters at least with Moth from the tree. But we'll see if that even ends up happening, as I imagine they're doing some internal math on their mana curve here.
Yeah, and they do still mana, and both players are manaing, so now it can get interesting.
We'll start with a moth or a moth to a flame. Um, and the fact that we saw that means we're more than likely not looking at any other exhausting of those mage dancers in the reserve. So, gotta feel good for the top of Faunus there.
Yeah, immediately getting rid of that Mage Dancer, so probably looking for a 1 for 1 this day. But I think the top of us already used all 3 copies of their helping hands, so this Mage Dancer, once it's played out, will not be able to return, and that might make the tiebreaker very hard for Vittorio.
Yeah, they still do have a lot of mana left with cards in hand. We will see another Off You Go pop up. Now the question is, does Vittorio have any characters here that
Yeah,
can do things for them? All they need is one and potentially some type of removal for a moth to go one for one. And sure, why not? A third mage dancer.
yeah, why not? I would have expected if there's and Conjuring Seal alongside it, if there's no well, with Conjuring Seal, you should always pretty much draw into a playable spell, but actually it might be hard. I think your helping hands are already out of the deck. Your magical trainings are already out of the deck. Your field reinforcements are already out of the deck. I think there are only sleight of hands left. Well, also the off you go is still available. So Vittorio still gets that 1-for-1 and is looking strong for that tiebreaker. Is yeah, even if there's now coming down a Balasenka for Damien, it's the second play, so the Mage Dancer will most likely already be on board. But of course, keeping that off you go in reserve will most likely shut down this Mage Dancer coming down for Vittorio. And yeah, this could be an interesting tiebreaker now.
Yeah, it feels like they almost had to keep that off you go available. Typically, I'd have to imagine you want to try to keep that helping hand. But in that scenario, like you mentioned, you have to do it just to threaten that mage dancer, even if it's going to cost you 4 mana. But,
Yeah.
definitely a interesting game. Did not expect this coming into it. We're going to a tiebreaker, Aphonis. Makes sense though, since there is only one small step available in the entirety of these 2 deck lists. We got to see 2 Mama Moths and, Belasinka uniques being played, and we got to see a lot of Moth in general. Um,
Yeah.
so we will see that play that you mentioned of the Mage Dancer into an Off You Go,
Oh,
and
and
yeah.
that is quite nice to get rid of the potential character coming out in the Moth to a Flame. And if there's now no exhaust tool available for that for Damien, not activating the Nilams in the tiebreaker, that is definitely not good for you. And I really hope there is some sort of exhaust ability, but if not, it looks a bit rough. And we do see the sleight of hand just for the cooldown and the trigger of the Nilams. So yeah, we do see the exhaust and 444 stats coming out just from these Nilams.
And interestingly enough, will not get the boost from the spell play, because of how the order goes there, but we will see a beauty sleep to put one of those characters to sleep, and we'll see a banishing gate on
Okay.
the ever threatening Tooth Fairy. Now does Vittorio have a character in hand? We
Yeah,
know there's
that's
no more mage dancers.
and yeah, that's it. The disciple, the 1-2-2 at that point after the last spell from Vittoria is taking that game, and that was a very close game through the entire game. And I'm I'm actually surprised Vittoria took this one down. These Balasankas in the mid game looked very strong, but actually Vittorio managed to get quite the cards in the hand. So the discard effects and the discards from the reserve didn't matter too much. But yes, still a very interesting game to watch.
Definitely. The interesting thing was definitely even with getting double exhausted a few different times there, was able to maintain equal hand advantage throughout the majority of the game, it felt like, and didn't even really lose that many cards towards the end of the day in the discard for reserve very often, even after getting double exhausted on occasion. So good play from Vittorio there in taking that Aphonis mirror. And you thought it wasn't going to be fun. We got all the way to the end.
Yeah,
So
it was actually more fun than I expected at the beginning. So yeah, that was quite cool to see.
Well, you folks that have been watching that fun Faunus Mirror matchup, we are in the Swiss round four of the AWOL Season 2 Monday Weekly number 8. I am Blue. I am joined by my co-caster Runefolk, who is streaming on Twitch quite consistently now. We are going to try to jump into another game here. It looks like a lot of them are over. We picked one game that took a long time.
Yeah,
Table 50 is the first one I see, so I'm going to jump to it.
yeah. I'm a bit surprised there are still games running, but yeah, let's take a look at this one. And I think this might actually be the first time I see Capuchin on a tournament. Because beforehand never knew that Capuchin was Norwegian.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yep, not a flag that we have seen very often.
yeah,
We are getting into the negative time area here for at least the top sub Ash player. But interestingly enough, we do see two of those newly errated Haven Bravos bastions in the out of faction axiom available to them. And you know what? They said, you know what? I'm going to try Keelon Cylinder 2 in a rare. Why
yeah.
not?
And I was a bit confused about this Keelan Elemental here not going onto that companion side, but actually that Mighty Jin would have still taken this game to tiebreaker. But I think this game still might just end due to time issues. But let's hope for the best and that this game goes on throughout the tiebreaker, but it could be hard.
Yeah, we're getting to the point of both players potentially going to negative time, which usually means we'll be stopped here fairly soon by BGA. Both players playing as fast as they can, it seems like, and we'll have to see how that turns out. Just looking at it up front, it seems like the Kojo player probably still has the advantage. Coming up on a Buddha turn, having a Haven out, and having some fairly big statistics in that Mighty Gen available to them. But nothing too crazy here. But the Subash is going to opt to keep that Salvager and put it to reserve. And too bad in a game.
Yeah. But I
Capuchon will take
think
that one.
probably Capuchin was favored here anyway,
Mhm.
with a setup with much more cards available, and also, yeah, I think that Haven for Bravos is looking stronger than that Haven for Axiom at the moment.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. Probably one of the few times where we got to pretty much just watch one game for an entire Swiss, especially after
Yeah.
that Aphonis mirror. We are going into Swiss round five here of the AWOL Season 2 Monday Weekly number 8. Again, I am Blue. Catch me on Blue Oak TV. If you want to watch some videos that are amazing, be sure to subscribe. Runefolk, why don't you promote yourself real quick before we jump into a game?
Yeah, I am currently, or on Friday, I've started streaming more frequently on Twitch on I am Runefolk, and you can catch me there. Also, you can catch me probably on Thursdays for the cast of the AQZ Championships. And yeah, always happy to see anyone stick around in the streams. And yeah, also, of course, happy to see you guys here on AWOL.
Definitely. Well, we're down to 11 undefeated players at this moment going into the Swiss round five. So, a lot of games available to us that we want to take a look at. I picked that wonderful Aphonis Mirror matchup last round. You got anything you want to take a look at here?
Um, you mentioned that there are 11 undefeated players, so maybe we can watch one undefeated player that's playing against an already defeated player in Franco Rico on table 6 and a Showing Cracker. I think this might also be a Spanish matchup. And yeah, two Spanish players on table 6. If you want to look at that, I
Let's
think
do it.
there's at least one not Aphonis players. Aphonis player.
Yeah, Showing Cracker 8 is the infamous Finn player that me and Simon of AWOL got to commentate one time, and we thoroughly enjoyed his screen name. And we do, of course, have Fernica out here with the typical Tasia and seeing what they can do there. But yeah, should be a fun setup.
Yeah, and I haven't watched Frenico in a while, I think, on stream because whenever I I watch Frunico games on stream, I have to switch my accounts because my AQZ one is still blocked by Frunico, and yeah, um, he got a victim to one of my Akasha games, and since I am blocked, so yeah. But
Unfortunate
he
there.
joined the team after that game, so yeah, it's yeah, it's yeah,
Hasn't removed you quite yet. Um,
yeah, exactly.
uh, you
And we
like
do see
watch
that very strong start from Fronico with the Spindle Harvester into Ogun Opener, and then even resupplying a Muna Druid. So one of the best openers you can probably get for a pager player into the day 2 Spindle Bastion. So this is looking very strong for Fronico already.
Yeah, probably the biggest weakness of Tasia and your anchoring characters is getting them removed after you invest into the anchoring, and that spindle is a card that I dread seeing when I'm playing against Tasia because I'm like, "Nah, okay, I gotta pay extra all the time. This sucks." But, yeah, good setup like you mentioned, especially after getting that double advance. We'll have to see how the Finn player can respond. And we in chat, we have someone saying, "Like to watch Finn make mistakes because we like Navinka better." I like Navinka better too, and it is definitely possible to make mistakes as Finn because there are a lot of lines you can make. Um,
That is super brutal. Removing one spindle just to see immediately another spindle be played out. And well, the Fen isn't losing cards from hand currently because the that Hathor ability is just probably going to return the that Esmeralda, I believe. I think you're not paying the two tough cost tax again on your things, on your spells.
yeah.
And yeah, we do see that Esmeralda be returned, and Pronico already be up to 2 expeditions and have that spindle stick around. That was a brutal early turn, or 2
Yeah.
brutal early turns in a row.
Yeah, it always feels good there. I think the only way that you can, feel good playing against a Tasia sometimes, especially after they get the Muna Bastion out, is if you can almost immediately get rid of it, so you can keep on trying to target their anchored characters. But that's not always available. It seems like a lot of permanent root removal in general hasn't been the focus of some deck lists as of late. Although there are some factions that do. Um, decide to do that, but it almost feels like the quote unquote meta factions of Sigismar and Aphonis are the ones that are more apt to not run any permanent removal as far as what they have available for removal. So, always an interesting setup there, and kind of one of the reasons why I like the little setup between of like some heroes being good against others and others not so much. But either way, we do see a resupply into another Rogan. Why not?
And I just took a look at the uniques for both of these players. Fronico is playing a bunch of different uniques. He's playing a Sneezer Shroom that's anchoring characters, but it's only from hand anchoring, and there's also a Yongsu that's giving out a bunch of boosts whenever anything is played, and also a Kakoba that is giving on play a bunch of boosts. And looking at that fan list, there's a Kodama that is giving fleeting at dusk, but sadly targeted fleeting. So going into this Spindle Bastion, targeted fleeting like from a cappella training or at dusk fleeting spells are sadly very bad because you still have to pay that tough cost. There's also a Lyra squad that's drawing your cards. And also, interestingly enough, there's an unique armor Asgarden Outcast. And that one is also sadly giving fleeting when played from hand, but it does additionally have the support ability to anchor a character. That is pretty nice.
Yeah, we do see the acapella being played there for 3 mana for the Finn player in order to give the Spindle Harvesters fleeting, but it was for a good cause to set up that Anansi from reserve and get a bit another boost here. So even if they play that aloe vera, it wouldn't matter. But we'll see the aloe vera played anyway. and it will help for another resupply here on the following day. But we do see an advance out from the Finn despite being down 2 on the Tumult at this point.
Yeah, and I really like this choice from Funico playing that Aloy onto that companion expedition, since there was a possibility for this Aloy now to advance into a potential water region. But of course, on that hero side, we knew that it would stay in that forest and mountain expedition. But yeah, sadly, only advanced into a single forest expedition. But having 4 boosts onto an Aloy, that's still very good.
Yeah. In chat, we got some folks making an Avinka Dragon deck. Yeah. Well, it's always fun to try to make Hydrocina work in general. And yeah, if you can get onto BGA, give it a shot. It's good for practice, is what I found. I play a lot tabletop as well, but I use BGA a lot for like testing different things and trying some stuff out. So that's fun. But we do have a one of those uniques that you mentioned before of a young Su Verdant Weaver. When another character joins your expedition, if you control 2 or more plants, up to 2 characters each gain 1 boost, and from reserve you resupply. So quite a good card.
Yeah, definitely. And this resupply effect on top of that card is very, very. I like that the most about this card. And of course, being able to potentially anchor this with other cards, also very, very powerful. I had a similar Yongsu, but that's sadly a 4 cost and doesn't have the resupply from reserve. So sadly quite a bit weaker, and I kind of envy that Yongsu because it's just looking so nice to give out that many boosts. And yeah.
Yeah. We do see that cloth cocoon getting resupplied from the fin on the top. And most times I would feel like this would be a good time to try to knock out that Muna Bastion. But being this far behind on the tumult, I don't know if you can afford to lose that much tempo and let the Tasia get that much closer from taking the game.
Yeah, definitely. And I think even if you're planning to play your off you if you're if you if you're having a second off you go in hand, even playing that out, you're still going down 1 expedition most likely. So this just because you've down 2 expeditions, I think playing out this cloth cocoon might just be a bit too hard to actually do.
Yeah.
And we do see that Esmeralda that was earlier returned to hand to resupply an Aloy that is the first Aloy for defend, and that's always a good card to see, but currently not really out accomplishing anything with the stats it supplies. But of course getting the value for subsequent turns.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, I feel like the cloth cocoon wouldn't have felt great, but you had to know that there is gonna be a lot of stats coming on the board for the Tasia, and more than likely, you're giving up a 2-0 regardless. So why not try to set yourself up a little bit, and try to just battle back from them being adjacent as best you could? But
Mhm.
again, I don't know what they have. Maybe they thought they could pull something out here, but it's looking pretty dire at this point, for the Finn player.
And currently, also as a fan, you would be thinking about if that Tasia is going to use the support effect of that snoozer shoom and what's the optimal target. And I think as for Nico, you would definitely look which side your that Aloy goes, and then decide where to play that snoozer on. And I would kind of expect to see that snoozer now sleep that Yongsu, just giving that Fen a single expedition, but he's still going up a third expedition. So at this point, he shouldn't really care about the advancements of that Fen. And we do see that use of the snoozer supportability, and it does go onto that Yongsu. So oh, and just make it a double advance cleanly. He's also using the Muna Caregiver just to block out that mountain expedition from the Esmeralda. But what I don't like about that play, he's still advancing and now is overflowing his reserve by 1. Yeah, the Muna Caregiver doesn't get a lot of value in the next turn, but I still would have liked it as a potential slow play for the next turn, and now it's just getting discarded.
it's more of a morality breaker. The Finn thought that they were at least gonna get the consolation of an advancement, and then he throws out the one cost Muna Caregiver just to
Yeah.
give that one stat that blocks you. It's just like one of those things, like, it's not about playing ideally or correctly, it's about proving a point, and
Yeah,
that's what that was
that's
for the
true, yeah.
Tasia. So, we'll see how it turns out. Looking pretty good for the Tasia player, no matter which way you look at it.
Yeah, definitely.
Even with that off you go available to the Finn, they'll have to pay a lot to get rid of that Young Su, and at which point all it takes is realistically anything from the Tasia to make it work. We do see a unique in the alternate art of the Kodama from the Finn, probably one of my favorite arts from the first set, where it gains the sleep from hand and at dusk up to one target character gains fleeting.
Yeah, and sadly that Dusk also has to pay the Spinlock tough cost. So currently not really the most useful unique, also not really providing good stats on that expedition the Yongsu is currently contesting. And the Fen is going first, so it has to make a decision on what to play here.
Yep, they're either paying a lot to remove that Young Su to prevent additional stats from being pumped out, or they're planning to set up and throw some characters out there or remove the Muna Bastion. Honestly, nothing looks too tempting at this point, especially since the Tasia can just further slow play and play out that floral tint if they want to on their
Yeah.
turn. So not enviable at this point for the Finn. It would have been nice if that Kodama had an at desk effect of target player, but no such luck. Um,
Yeah.
gotta see that's the thing I like. There's cards I like. I remember once upon a time I threw Anubises in my Sigismar deck just because I got tired of dealing with anchoring and Muna Bastions from Tasia players, and I'm like, "Fine, keep it, sacrifice it, I don't care." Was it ideal for all play? No, but I enjoyed doing it specifically against Muna players. But either way, enough about my saltiness, in some games. Let's take a look at Nalavera. 4, Finn decides not to anchor it, and we will see that 1 cost Floral Tint play, why not?
Yeah, and this Aloy is contesting the stats of that Yongsu, but sadly is not advancing on its own. And we do see a armor coming out alongside it, but that's leaving open that companion expedition, and Fronico should be able to just take that with the Aloy of his own, and that's already the game. And yeah, GG's coming out from both players.
And
And
even
this
use the
was,
effect of his unique.
yeah, this was a fairly quick game compared to the last ones I think we've seen.
Yeah, just premium setup there for Fernico, taking down Showing Cracker 8 on the Finn. Still a fun game nonetheless, so glad we got to watch it. Something that was not Aphonis and or Sigismar.
Yeah.
So we'll get back to the games here and watch another one for everyone that is still joining us. Thank you again for watching the stream. We are in round 5 of the Swiss for the AWOL Season 2 Monday Weekly, number 8. So I do appreciate everyone that has been joining us thus far. Um, let's go ahead and see what we want to take a look at as far as games. I guess we can jump into one maybe non-top table here before we get into the
Sure.
final rounds.
Yeah. Okay, I totally forgot that the tournament is going 7 rounds,
Yeah.
and not only 6. So I kind of was prepared for one final round, but yeah, there are actually still 2 rounds still coming up.
And why not? Let's go with a team battle here on table 11, hat versus hat.
Okay,
Uh,
sure.
I do not know what these players are going to be playing. Hopefully, it's something interesting. It is a Spanish on Spanish battle.
And both on the Tasias. So I think we do at least see one mass anchoring unique in play for Takaki. I think Takaki also already won a bunch of, or at least I think at least one AQC championship and maybe some other tournaments. But yeah, here take down currently looking to take down Axiamo, just because that anchoring setup is looking so absolutely strong. But
Yeah.
he hasn't managed to anchor everything on his side of the board yet. So currently only 3 characters are sticking around, plus probably a fourth due to that Sneezer Shroom. Yeah, Snoozer Shroom supportability.
Yep. And they will have enough stats to get the double advance and keep enough characters out there potentially for them to look pretty good on the following day and maybe even make a comeback. We'll have to see how it turns out here in the upcoming days. Both players do have the Moona Bastion out for themselves, so
So
we'll be hard
not in the
to
action.
yeah, it will be hard to utilize things like that beauty sleep in the reserve for the top Tasia. And honestly, interestingly enough, this comes to our third mirror matchup that we've seen all in different heroes. We started off strong with a Sigismar mirror and got into some Aphonis and a Tasia one. So
Yeah,
spreading out the love.
I must say I haven't seen too many Tasia mirrors. I'd also say mirror match are usually not the most exciting matchups to watch. But yeah, I think I can't remember when I've seen the last Tasia mirror matchup. So that's at least more interesting to see than some of the other mirror matchups.
Yeah, and honestly, for this bottom Tasia, despite being down considerably and having their opponent be adjacent, looking pretty good at this point with the amount of characters that they have on the board. Having that Thespian in the reserve, which is also a nice card to be able to play for 2 costs and get a bunch of stats out, and then also deciding if they wanna slow play on the Floral Tint, they definitely can. So, um, would be quite interesting to see them come back with 2 double advances in a row potentially here, but
Yeah,
they
and
still have to get past this, other, Tasia.
the Axiamo now getting or 3 boosts at dusks, but Takaki getting 3 resupplies at noon plus 1 boost from the Spindle Bastion is looking very strong and starting off the turn with 5 cards in reserve. Also playing a copy of Magic Beans. That is interesting. And instantly playing that Magic Beans to switch that expedition to additionally be forest, and they are now advancing in every single stat point, and that Spindle Harvester already puts them even in forest, but we do see a unique Thespian come down from hand that is giving a bunch of anchors out, I believe.
Yeah, when a character you control gains 1 or more boosts, if you control 2 or more boosted characters, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me gains anchored. And then from anywhere you may discard a card from your reserve. If you do, the next card you play this afternoon costs 1 less. So yeah, I was surprised to not see the other Thespian come out first, but makes sense why you would want that one to come out.
Yeah, and now we see both players chatting with each other, but I sadly don't understand Spanish, even though I had it 5 years in school, I believe, but didn't remember anything from that. So yeah, just slow playing currently, but I think slow playing doesn't lead Axiamo anywhere. And I think the last 2 cards in hand are probably not powerful enough to deal with all of these characters in reserve for Takaki.
Yeah, probably came into a situation here where the top Tasia needed to finish off the game before the bottom one was able to activate super hard on their re-anchoring uniques and wasn't quite able to get there. And unfortunately for Tasia, they do not have a small step giant leap available to them to finish off a game on occasion. But they'll go ahead and throw out some extra mana to make the Spindle Harvesters go to sleep and give them a lead for the time being. On the companion side, the question is, how long will that lead actually last, especially with the cards
Yeah,
available to the bottom Tasia?
but Axiamo still put up a very decent fight. And looking into that discard, there are 2 mass anchoring uniques for Takaki. So Despite now the third mass anchoring unique in play for Takaki, Axiemo was still able to get to match point and still wasn't able to, sadly wasn't able to convert it afterwards. But it's still impressive to get here in the first place.
Yep, still some mana left here for the bottom, even though the top Tasia is currently on the lead on the companion side.
And it
Like
looks like we might just go into a tiebreaker here.
maybe.
Yeah, Takaki playing out that aloe to win in water, and it looks like we're going into tiebreaker, but therefore in that one, um, Takaki is definitely set up much better.
Yeah, we're looking at that other Alvera getting anchored as well. A lot of other cards being anchored in general. Both players had to use just about everything that they needed, and why not end the game on a tiebreaker, even though it's more than likely going to be going to the bottom Tasia here. That is
Yeah,
going to start with how many stats?
just
17, 16, 22.
yeah, that's I've seen higher stats, but
Oh,
yeah, I haven't seen higher stats go. I'm actually not sure if I've seen higher stats going into tiebreaker. Probably just some Hydrocana
yeah.
that was eternal for quite some time. What were the biggest Hydrocanas that you've seen in your games?
In my games, personally,
Yeah.
uh, not that high because I tend to be playing games where if I see a Hydra, against me, I'm hopefully already ahead and I just play on the opposite end of it and I try to end the game quickly and then or I wait until the end and, like, give it sleep or just let them think they're gonna win that side and just win on something separate, you know?
Yeah,
Um,
fair enough, yeah.
but as far as games that I've watched kind of things and I've seen, like, stats wise, I've definitely seen some pretty big hydras, probably only in, like, um I think I've seen them get to 30s. That's about it.
Okay, I've seen them in my games, I believe, get to probably 60s.
Oh, really? Yeah.
That's, yeah, when you're going to 18 mana and they're played on 7 mana, they're getting quite big. So, yeah, that
Oh, well
was
well, that's because you're playing you're
that
playing the
was a
game that's gonna
Waru
do
game.
yeah. Oh, it was a war game? Okay.
Yeah, but Waru definitely also is able to do some hostaging and, yeah, it's currently my hostage deck of preference.
Oh, boy.
Haven't
Say
played
goodbye to
Akasha in a
Kesha.
while.
Yeah. We do see the game just in there. They didn't even wanna bother trying to fight back, it seemed like,
Yeah.
after that Tasia mirror. We'll see what games we have left here. I'm not sure if we're into the next round yet. We are still in round 5 of the Swiss here for the AWOL Season 2 Monday Weekly number 8. 170 players entered from the start. We'll be down to very few undefeated players here shortly and see who can take the whole thing. In the meantime, let's go ahead and see what we have available. I'm not going to click on that table 2, even though it's a top table. I want to try to find something else. Scrolling all the way to the bottom. Table 48. Why not?
Okay.
Let's see what that's going on there. Give some other people some chances here. We will see a
Oh,
Basira versus
yeah.
a Finn.
German player on Basira. I like to see that. Yeah, but otherwise, Jack Flow as name isn't familiar to me. As is Chotor. I also don't recognize that name. And it seems like that we tuned into the end of the game and the fan just beating out that poor Basira player.
We do see technical boots being played, so that's not a gear you
Oh
get
yeah,
to see every
that's
day.
yeah. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, I haven't played that card once yet, or I haven't seen it.
I think
It feels like an ever.
yeah, I think I tried to use it once in a limited setup, when I was doing, like, something for the launch event for Trial by Frost,
Yeah.
and I did not like it. So I have since not used it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
quick back to the games here. Should have some more games still ongoing that we can take a look at. Let's take a look at table 12. Has the most options available to it, and it will be another Aphonis mirror.
Which table?
Table 12.
Okay.
It'll be an Aphonis mirror matchup. So in case you didn't have enough fun with those in the last round, you get to see more of it now.
And we've seen earlier on, I think in one of the mirror matches, Nafanas player that before faced Tempe Dalanesh, and so this definitely isn't Tempe's first Afanas mirror today, and despite losing one of his Aphonis mirrors today, this one he's winning with a small step. It's a great card. It's a one-off in the deck,
Mm.
and I do see a banishing gate in this deck, and I now I gotta shout that out. I was the other day, I think, yeah, I was playing against Tempeta Lanesh when he was on the Altered Aces stream, and I got him with my Varu list, and I believe before the game he wasn't running banishing gates at all. But after that list, after that game, and him seeing the power of just Eastox locking up the entire game, he decided to include it in his list, and we do see it again here on the AWOL, and that's thanks to me that he included a banishing gate back into his list, I believe.
Gotta force it this time.
Yeah.
Back to here, still some games going on. I'm gonna go to table 51. I'm just scrolling to the bottom. I don't even know if this one's gonna go on very long, but I'm gonna take a look at it. We do see have a Subash versus a Navenka available. Subash looking pretty good here. Running some of the newly eroded Haven Bravos Bastions, and also a Keylon cylinder available.
Yeah. I think we've seen that player early on already. Or,
I think they were running doubles of the Haven earlier,
yeah,
potentially.
exactly. Yeah.
But they are doing quite well here. They do only have 2 mana, so they could definitely still activate the hooked and make things work, and there's only 4 mana left for the Navenka player, so still looking quite good for the Subash to potentially take this game right here, right now.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, early on, what I thought, one of the early games we've seen, it was funny to me that they prioritized one Keylon cylinder over Haven Bastion, and before the nerfs, you would have never seen that. And yeah, here we see an 3-cost armor that's quite nice for the cost, but sadly just getting hooked, and the Subish currently just looking to take both expeditions.
And
And we
gets hit with the
do see a
1.
brutal one, but actually it's a Martingale on board, so it's still a boost, but it's not enough to block out. So yeah.
Well, at least we're getting to see some of these heroes we don't get to see very often, and they are both going into negative time. So we're likely not going to be seeing very many more games here in the Swiss round, and going to go to some of the final rounds here between round 6 and round 7. So we'll likely be looking only at the top tables, at the remaining undefeated players. Hopefully, that means we might get to see some heroes that aren't as popular, getting themselves into those top tables, but I won't cross my fingers too hard because they might break. But we will get to see the Subash take the game here more than likely without having to go to time. And we'll probably be heading to round 6 here shortly.
Yeah, I definitely hope so. But actually, table 2 is still going on, and it's still on 72%. But yeah, that game is now getting finished by a small step. So we might now be able to get into round 6 as soon as table 2 is resolving.
Yeah. So I would like to thank everyone that is still actively with us at this point, all the viewers. It's always nice to be able to cast to people actually watching and not just talking to ourselves. Um, you are watching the Altered Weekly Online League if you are not aware. This is season 2, Monday weekly number 8. We've had 170 players sign up for this event. We are heading here shortly to round 6 of the Swiss. There will be one more right after that. Currently, we have 4 undefeated players. It looks like we'll have at least one more after this final table gets resolved, which you said got finished with a small step. So we may be looking at an odd number of undefeated players even into the final round,
Yeah,
potentially.
5 undefeated players right now, and
Yeah.
I think Atsadiroko has to win his table. So
Mhm.
we have 3 undefeated players going into next round. If they lose, we only have 2, and yeah. But on table 2, on the second round in a row, we see Moondust, and now Moondust has to go up against Cledus, and I'm kind of hoping for Moondust to see this list again on the final table. That was the Foundry Kojo list that we've seen on round 2, I believe it was, or round 3.
Yeah, at this point, we can go with either of these top 3 tables. I don't think we've seen table 3 work. It is with one of the undefeated players, so,
Yeah, we can go
let's
into
go and
that
take
one,
a
yeah.
table 3 will be the traditional Aphonis v Sigismar matchup. Atsadi Rocco will have to take their game in order to stay undefeated. Uh, with having only 5, undefeated players, that should mean that at some point an undefeated player lost to a player that had a loss, so giving us that odd matchup, but we'll take a look to see what we have going here. Um,
Yeah.
as we have the Sigismar taking a 2-0 despite having to deal with the first play of a Baba Yaga from the Aphonis.
And now having started to play Aphonis on my own, I can as I've done earlier already, I can tell a bit more about these matchups. And I I can say that I for myself am not playing Baba Yaga in my Aphonis list anymore. Um, Even though it's a nice turn one play, just like here we can see that it's still that your opponent is still able to just double advance on you. And I think just a much more consistent turn one play over that Baba Yaga that against Sigismar is still oftentimes or still sometimes going down 1 or even 2 expeditions. It's just a conjuring seal to draw 2 cards and definitely always going down 2 expeditions, but I think it's just setting you up much better for the later stages of the game. And yeah, we do see now the already in kind of being behind on the tumult, and also not as many cards as they could have potentially had.
Yeah, definitely. And then Keelan guy in the chat saying, "What if I am talking to yourselves and a figment of your imagination?" You've been on that moth stuff too much, man. Not everyone's an illusion, all right? You have to calm down off the moth tree. But either way, we do see just the slow play from the Sigismar. Interestingly enough, I've been seeing a good amount of Sigismars switching over to the common trooper, just to have a slow play and honestly still decent stats, not as good obviously as the rare, to open up some rare slots within their deck list, either to add things like Jack Frost, rare tiny jails, or even more grand endeavors available to them kind of thing. So still quite fun to see the changes that do keep on happening regardless of some heroes being more popular than others.
And I'm not sure, is Epsilon a member of Altered Aces?
I am not sure either. There are a lot of members and they are from France, so it is also a possibility.
Because Epsilon is playing those Orders cadets that Cladus was running recently
Mm,
that are 2/2 cost and are drawing a card when you control a token and is also a token generator. So probably one of the best generators after the um, two generating 2 tokens.
mhm.
And
So
yeah,
probably is.
the other uniques in the list aren't outstanding too much. There's an Osmo that's drawing and also sleeping. It's drawing on play and sleeping when played from hand. And there's a Foundry engineer that's not looking too strong. It's just on play creating some tokens and doesn't look too strong to me.
Yeah, we did see that Aphonis play that unique trooper even without getting the effect from at dusk just in order to advance on that last day. So quite interesting there. I have to imagine that means we'll probably be seeing a helping hand being played on it here shortly if it doesn't get removed. And another interesting card that we don't see quite as often anymore is the rare Haven Warrior from the
Yeah,
Sigismar player. Feel like it was getting kind of popular in season one with Open the Gates, between that and the rare Alchemist, but in this season 2 meta, haven't seen it very much.
I know one player that's still oftentimes running, one other player that's still running the Haven Warrior. That is one of my teammates, Void. He's still oftentimes running that warrior, but I also don't really like that card just because 1 and 2 cost characters feel so much better to play, even though the Haven Warrior is quite good for its stats. And we
Y
do already see a removal spell onto that Orders Trooper just because it's already buffed up, so the Aphonis already invested into the boosts onto that card, and now they're not even getting the bounce because this is sadly a card that's bouncing at dusk over when it's leaving the expedition, and that's definitely one of the disadvantages of the not self-anchoring cards that have the at dusk bounce effect.
Yeah, I guess someone in chat saying using common mobile armory in their Sigismar deck because I have uniques that care about having a token and it seems more consistent. Yeah, I think it just depends on what uniques you're running and what kind of things you want to do. I personally run common troopers instead of mobile armory because I'm trying to hit off of my token generators for joining. But it just depends on what you're trying to set up for your deck a lot of the time. And we do see another unique trooper come out from the Aphonis that is going to allow them to advance at least once. And it's when I leave the expedition zone. If I have one or more boosts, you may return a spell. So they will get the leave on that action. But yeah, going back into the Haven Warrior discussion that you're mentioning with Void, um, I used to be a big fan of like Haven Warrior and Category and Alchemist. I switched over my preference from warrior to alchemist later on because I actually like the idea of having another one cost available to me, especially after playing it from hand. And I still try to run it a little bit currently to add another one cost, especially since I'm removing some at the moment to not have as many, just to have kind of like a pseudo one cost from reserve at sometimes. But yeah. A lot of other stuff happened while I was talking to myself. Got to see a Baba Yaga. We got to see a Mage Dancer come out from the Aphonis as they try to make up this deficit that they got early on here from this Sigismar just using removal and going quick on them.
Yeah, and if there's now a off you go for the Aphanas, I think the Aphanas is most likely just double advancing here just due to the power of that Mage Dancer on that hero side, probably getting just enough boosts when there's an off you go plus a one cost card in the hand for them to just beat both expeditions here. That's the reason why I don't like the warrior because yeah, you're just playing two cards and your opponent afterwards just has all the options to react to that, and it's very weak into removals.
Yeah. And it's interesting too, because like you said, they knew what is available to the Aphonis, so and decided to play things anyway. So maybe they're just trying to figure it out, and we'll see just the magical training come out, opting just to outboost the Sigismar, it looks like. And
Interestingly, not playing the Orders Trooper first to boost that one up and bounce at dusk because they are or well, actually they weren't winning before. I think they're just winning due to the extra boosts of that Mage Dancer. So yeah, nice play. Getting two advances with playing double magical training. And yeah, definitely the Aphanas at this point looking to take over the game. The Sigismar sadly didn't have the resources to contest after that early lead, and I think now with 7 cards and being even on the tumult, the Aphanas is just going to take this game. And I'd say there's probably nothing the Sigismar can do anymore. But I'll gladly be wrong on that take, and let the Aphanas prove me wrong. But for me, it looks very good for the Aphanas.
Yeah, getting all that card advantage from the draw and being able to get that double advance to catch up despite going down early has to feel pretty good. We'll have to see if the Sigismar can make up, for that. I think ideally for the Sigismar, that 6 mana play would have been if they had a Grand Endeavor available to them and giving up the 2-0 and still being able to advance and putting the Aphonis at least on a time clock to try to make things happen, but, not able to do that, and now the Aphonis, like you said, has a lot of resources and a lot of ability here to just keep on taking advancements on the Tumult and potentially just take this game. But at the moment, both players looking to go on opposite ends of the expeditions and potentially go one for one. But we'll see what the Aphonis has for removal, and I also for the Sigismar what they have left with the 2 cards in hand.
And interestingly, looking at the decklist of the Aphonis, they are also not running Small Step Giant Leap. So quite a few this at least the second Aphonis today that's cutting the small steps from the list. So that's quite interesting to see. And I personally do quite like this because I've played, I think it were about 25 games of Aphanas
Mhm.
over the last 2 days, and I think I've won with small step probably like 3 times. So it doesn't really feel worth to include this card for me because I just win with it so rarely because the power of Aphanas is just getting card advantage and double advancing anyway. And as mentioned earlier, it only feels good in the matchups where you're behind or where you're playing against other Aphanos players and you're just getting a lead by having that small step.
Yeah. Interesting final play here potentially for the Sigismar throwing out the Sandman. And then also the thing I was going to mention for the small steps is maybe some of these Faunus players are preemptively trying to figure out how decks will work if it gets hit from the watch list too,
Yeah.
which is always something that could happen. But either way, we do see a Sandman come out, hit that hero side Mage Dancer, which he'll have to deal with later, but for the time being, hoping to be able to get a double advance out of it. But has some sleeping going on of their own here for the Aphonis and be able to beauty sleep. I think the best counter for it at this point would be if they did have a rallying call in hand, but they do in fact do not, and they'll have to deal with even more boosts from the Aphonis, who will get at least a single advance out of this day.
To be honest, this day would have also liked just as Avanas saying, "Well, I'm going down double expedition, but I'm sleeping my own mage dancer. So next turn you won't advance unless you draw a removal spell. But my mage dancers do not have fleeting, so you can't even remove them." And I would have liked that play as well, but of course, going one for one and next turn looking to advance on that hero side with the already slept mage dancer and that other one that's probably going onto the companion side, still looking like a winning line. And I think the Aphanas has all the tools. Why the Sigismar is trying to figure out some cheesy ways to stay in this game, but I think just 6 cards against 2 cards in hand is already kind of looking over for the Sigismar here.
Yeah, looking a bit daunting in order to take this game. They did decide to mana, so maybe they think they have a plan, but either way, it doesn't seem like it. They're going to start with getting a draw and crossing their fingers that they find Exodia in order to end the game now. But unfortunately, that card does not exist for Sigismar at the moment. Instead, they get another mechanic. It looks like
Yeah.
and just gonna keep on trying to stack on that one side. And then chat, Lindaway deck using Blizzard and 2 Kraken's Wrath instead of Small Step. I think Blizzard's an interesting card for sure. I like Kraken's Wrath for, like, its art, but I have not been able to get Kraken's Wrath to work very well unless it is a very niche scenario. But,
Yeah.
we will see another Beauty Sleep come out, hit the biggest stats that, the Sigismar has available to them, and we're likely looking at an easy 2-0 victory here for the Aphonis, despite going down early and realistically having not the best matchup all the time versus Sigismar.
Yeah, and yeah. Just the Sigismar didn't have enough gas to outgrind this Aphonis, but and you have the Aphonis managed to just draw a bunch and win. That's usually the Aphonis game plan.
Yep, and if you can't stop it, you lose. But
Yeah,
GG to Saudi Rocco. They were the undefeated player in that matchup, so we will more than likely have an odd numbered setup here coming into the final round as far as
yeah,
undefeated players. Um, and we'll see what we have left available. We may be able to jump into another undefeated game, which we will. So we'll do that. Just a quick aside. Thanks to everyone that's still watching. We are the watching the AWOL Season 2 Monday Weekly number 8. We are in round 6 of 7. Very few undefeated players left. Let's take a look at Table 1, Moondust, and Claydeus. Why not?
yeah. I definitely prefer that one. I took a quick look at table 2, and that is another Aphanas mirror, and I definitely prefer watching this the foundry list of Moondust here. And we
Yeah,
already see the foundry in play. We already see 3 mana being used, but nothing on the Tumult. So maybe it was yeah, I think there was a Haven Bouncer played from hand from reserve and was instant was it Tiny Jailed?
and it couldn't have been because Tiny Jail
I'm
is not cooldowned.
yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
no, it
exactly.
is
So
cooldowned. Okay, so it was a
and
visual.
now it's cooled down by the Scuddy that came down
Okay,
this turn,
okay,
but it wasn't before.
okay, so I don't know what
So
happened.
yeah, I don't know either, yeah.
I would look at the thing. I'm not trying to mess up the screen though. Either way, we'll take a look at it later. But yeah, still a close game for this Kojo player on the Foundry deck list that we don't get to see very often, and
And
honestly, could just be a confluence of right events of them to do really well. To be honest, 'cause there's not like there's an extensive amount of draw available to them to get those foundries other than the Serengar, so, good for them for making it this far and keeping it even so far against probably one of the more popular, Sigismar deck lists nowadays.
yeah, and also Cladus during the tournament again hit the 600 elo point, and we do see that Sandman coming out, probably hitting that Scuddy, or actually their own Goddess Recruit to set up for the next turn.
Yep,
And yeah, a 4/4/4 hero side for following turn always looks good. I could have also imagined just sleeping your own attorney, but of course you would have then still needed one stat to be not that Scuddy and go even on the tumult.
mhm.
So yeah, choosing to just sleep their token and be a bit safer. Also a nice decision. And I don't think for 2 stats the actually the Koja could block this with a Pathfinder, but afterwards the Sigismar could still react with a card of their own.
We do see a Tiny Jin come out instead, just to put something in reserve for the Kojo, and it looks like we're more than likely gonna be going here to a 1 for 1. Still 1 cost left for the Kojo, so they could definitely throw out something else.
It
Um,
could be a Fire Rabbit, but I'm not
yeah,
yeah,
oh, and they
there
do.
actually is a Fire Rabbit. That is quite nice to take an expedition lead.
Yep. So I was curious as to why they threw the Tiny Jin out on the companion side, but with that Fire Rabbit available to them, it makes sense now, and they'll
Yeah.
get some mana to them, for that f wait, oh, no, they're boosting the Buddha. They don't want to send the Tiny Jin to mana.
Yeah, I think just getting 2 guaranteed plays for the next turn
Yep,
is or potentially 4 plays is probably a bit more consistent
yeah,
than ramping your Tiny Gin and hoping you draw playable cards.
yeah, and I imagine they have a lot of low cost stuff available to them, so they may not even have to worry about deciding to mana either. Um
Yeah.
Especially if they run into some of those Ratataskers, which I haven't checked the discard, that are not in the discard at this point. So,
Yeah.
they definitely could hit one of those, unique Ratataskers that have helped out quite a bit especially that boosting one, with only needing 1 advance at this point, and the only other card that can out boost and stat that thing will probably be, Kladus's famous, Kokoba,
Yeah, that
and I
is
do not see
maybe
that in the
we're
reserve
getting
and I do not see that
maybe
in the
we're
discard either, so could come down to the battle of the uniques, who knows?
yeah, maybe we're seeing someone get Kobat here. But
Always
of
feels
course, Moondust also playing that Haven trainee that we haven't seen earlier to discard a character directly. That is also quite nice. But I think also one of the tiny gens to give out a lot of boosts seems very nice. And I'm surprised to see Cladus hitting that tiny gen over that Scully that is potentially just exhausting one of your cards in reserve. But therefore, Cladus might just be expecting to be might be fine with either exhaust and just has good characters, maybe even a Koba in hand that is already winning on its own.
yeah. So we will see that Sandman get hit, instead of the Tiny Jail. Interestingly enough, so now we'll have to see what Cladus decides to do. They do have 5 mana left, and that Koba does cost 4. So with the play of that Tiny Jail, they will not be playing it.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see if we see any Foundry usage come here from hand.
We'd kind of have to hope to come back into this game. And yeah, I'm not sure. There might be what are the best plays that this Kojo has to play around? I think if there's now one of the Reddit tasks in their hand to boost up that spy, it's quite nice. And yeah, we do see another Sandman. And yeah, I think that's pretty hard to play around. I think the Reddit task might still be winning. Um, on I think on that hero side, the Reddit task might be winning, but I'm not sure what the stat line actually is. Here
Yeah,
we
it
do
is.
see it come out, and it is the boosting one, so I think that is just winning.
Yeah, it's
And yeah, a very clutch draw for Moondust here, defeating Gladys with that tiny gen, and that is that is a very nice timing.
yeah, lucky to draw into that, to be honest. I think we
Yeah,
were thinking, like, it could happen, but definitely take some variation of luck, but he'll take it, and he'll get that
yeah,
victory
definitely.
against one of the better Sigismars out there, so really cool to see this Kojo list make it this far. We'll see if
And
they're
we
able
will,
to execute in the final round,
yeah,
and we'll head on back here. This probably was the final game of the 6th round.
no,
Nope?
there's
Alright.
still at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Just a bunch of games then.
7, 8,
Forget what I
9,
said
9
then.
tables still running.
Yeah, forget what I said. Who knows? I don't know anything.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's go to I don't know. Is there anything in particular that you're seeing you want to throw up on the board?
I can check. Is there still one of my teammates playing?
Who's playing?
No, I think there's not. So there is on table 5, I think Popiet is also very interesting to see. I'd
Okay.
expect them to be on Traced, I think was the player. And I'm not sure if you remember the if you've seen the reporter order from Popiet before that is
Mm,
creating brass box in I think even Target Expedition
yeah.
that is just looking very strong together with that Ouroboros Lyra Bastion.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I have. But yeah, we'll go ahead and take a look at that. Thank you for everyone that's watching us thus far. We're still getting in through the 5th or 6th round of this AWOL weekly. And we'll take a look against this Kojo versus Trace matchup, which is definitely an interesting one. And it looks like the Trace has the upper hand. It is just going to win potentially here with no mana left.
I think currently it's tied, so they're going into a next round.
They can do discard with Anansi, right? No. Okay. Oh, that's just a anywhere trigger. Never mind. Thought it was something else.
Yeah, so they might have been able to resupply into I think they can't even resupply into something important with this Nancy here.
Yeah, wasn't sure if they would or not, but either way, going dead even. So at least we'll get another day out of this, and the Kojo will actually have 2 cards from reserve to play for both of those havens. So should be a fun final day to see who can take it.
Yeah. I'd favor the traced a bit, but depending on how much they can resupply this turn and if they're able to resupply into their unique report order, because I think that card is potentially just game winning and putting out way too many stats. But maybe this Koja is able to keep a sabotage in hand for a crucial resupply and maybe win off that.
Yeah, we could also just look at the Trace deciding to use the support ability for a sabotage if they decide to on the Anansi instead of
Yeah,
resupplying. So all depends. If they do, it'll be reducing a lot of the resources the Kojo has. So it might not be bad just to hit that tiny gen even,
yeah, that's actually true. Yeah.
because the Trailblazer won't do much of anything from reserve at the moment with no fleeting characters.
Yeah, it counts itself as
Oh,
fleeting
does
as
it?
well,
Okay.
so
Oh yeah,
yeah.
but you got to pay
So
3
so
for it.
yeah, but at this point, Ikoja has 9 mana available with 3 cards, so I think but we do see actually the Anansi just being played out on its own,
Yeah. So a lot of
and
different lineups here.
yeah, that's I would and
Oh, there's the Repotter Otter.
we do see the immediate resupply of that report order, so, yeah.
We're more than likely going to get to see the Repotter Otter in action.
Yeah. Unless there's now a sabotage, that would be pretty strong. But we do
Yeah.
see that GG coming out from Loridil. Lorindil?
The
Um,
Kojo player.
yeah,
Thought he might have a chance, but then he ran into the Repotter Otter.
yeah, a very strong card. And one of my teammates is definitely envying this card.
We will see
And
the Repotter Otter.
he's looking out for a card like that himself. So yeah,
Everyone get ready. Just if you need that, just hit them up. They want it. They want it.
yeah,
Um, Repotter Otter comes out. We will see a Mighty Jin get sent to the reserve for at least for a cost reduction for the Kojo, and some boosting, which is a pretty big Mighty Jin, and they can still play that Tiny Jin as well. But we will see some
yeah.
resupplying here, and
And the resupplying already stops sadly on the first resupply.
no more continuous resupplying for him.
Yeah,
So with that, then we're still looking at a 1-for-1, yeah.
it kind of seems like that. Yeah.
Oh no, there's the walrus. Oh, he's just gonna put it on that side and guarantee it. Yeah. All right. Yep. 1-for-1. Could use that rare Muna Druid to anchor
Yeah,
here, though.
the Walrus plus the Munadroot is actually enough, I think.
Is it?
Or even the Killer Elemental plus that. I think it's together 7 stats, and they would go up to 12 in water, so that should just be enough.
They only have 2 mana left.
Yeah, playing out the Killer Elemental is 5 stats, and anchoring with that Muna Caregiver is 2 stats as well.
Where are you getting the 5 stats from?
It's not when a card leaves your reserve. I misread that reporter order. I thought it's when a card leaves your reserve, not when a card goes to your deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, then we're just going to a tiebreaker. Yeah,
Yeah, okay,
but
I was like I'm like, "Am I
setting
missing
up with that
something?"
Anansi, setting
Okay.
up with that Anansi, I'm not reading cards at this point anymore. I'm just trying to remember them.
Okay. All right. Well, either way, we got a big Anansi left up on the board. Um, they do the Kojo does get a boost, and we'll have a Buddha turn, but gotta imagine it's going to be hard to overcome that fairly big card up on the board unless they have some type of removal for it. Um, Either way, the trace will also have its ability to potentially run some other cards, but could get interesting. You never know. I've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah. And Kojo does again have that Buddha token, and getting a third Haven here is quite nice. Getting a card to get 3 boosts and reduce the another unique. This one is putting a card in reserve to resupply, so one of the old classic trace cards. And we do see just stats to be put out here. Not even trying to do some fancy resupplies things with this Chronicler. So yeah, just looking to contest pretty much that Samgar that's most likely going to be the biggest body available for this Kojo, and it already looks very good for the Straist to beat that one out.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see the Walrus Scout being played opposed to an Amelia Earhart as far as a preference for like 3/1 cost characters, opting for the ones that have the higher 3 water stat opposed to a 2/2/2 across the board. We will see that Mana Eruption pop up, more than likely hitting that Anansi, and it does.
Yeah,
So good amount of stats left for the Kojo, but still a good amount of stats left for the Traced. They will advance in water and mountain here, it looks like.
yeah. And to that Amelia, the Traist is running Walrus and Amelia in their list. So
Okay.
yeah,
Opt in for a lot of those 3/1 cost cards,
yeah.
and
Those
Traced,
one costs from reserve are just feeling strong, I'd say.
especially in Traced, right? You gotta do it.
Yeah.
All right, that should be the end of that matchup, and we will be going into round 7 of the Swiss. In case you were getting bored, we're got one more round for everyone. We will have some more undefeated players. This is the AWOL Season 2 Monday Weekly number 8, and I am also Blue, joined by my co-caster, Runefolk. Whew.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah. And I see already Atsali Rocco on table 2 against Damien, who we've seen earlier with those Balasenkas. But on table 1, of course, we have our both
Ooh,
undefeated players with
ooh,
Moondust on that Foundry Kojo list against Vittorio on Aphonis.
yeah.
And
It's a tough
I
one
can,
to
I can
pick. But I gotta pick table 1, I think. What do you
yeah.
think?
And I agree with that. Just
Okay.
that Kojo list, that's super exciting for me. And I can tell you already what I think will be the biggest win condition for this Kojo player. It will definitely be their Foundry, and probably this time around their Haven trainee, to just discard all these uniques and all these mage dancers and all of the important cards for this Aphonis for just a 2 mana when
Yep.
from hand.
We'll see if the Kojo can manage it once again. I would also be curious to go back on the day on this tournament to see how often they got the Foundry as they play it turn 1 here.
Yeah,
It's a good
that's
start.
that's definitely a good start. Now they just have to find their uniques, and they have to find if they don't, they have to find some draw tools. And the Aphonis already starting out to contest that Buddha token and hopefully get 2 boosts onto their trooper now to win that out. So they have to have a helping hand or 2 spells now from reserve, which 2 spells is still fine because they do get that bounce, so they're not overflowing their reserve yet.
Yeah. Would have been interesting to know that they kept 3 1 cost cards in their hand there, but it looks like they may have just drawn into a helping hand.
Yeah,
Um, and didn't have to worry about it because they're about to bounce one of them and they'll get the 1-0 advance. But famously enough, they'll have to deal with that Foundry that got played turn one by the Kojo. And at this point, you have to know what's coming, right? You have to know that you may potentially have to deal with it.
Yeah.
And you also have to
And
be pretty darn surprised that you're seeing a Kojo here in the final table that's running Foundry. But
that's
either way,
that's for sure, yeah.
we did see Vittorio come back, and despite having to deal with that Belasenka early on in that Aphonis mirror matchup that we watched earlier, so we do know they can persevere and take some hard fought victories.
Yeah.
Now the question is, can they go up against the underdog that has been doing quite well for this 7 round Swiss event?
Yeah. I'm really rooting for this Gojo. I do not want to see another Aphonis win. There's table 2 can deal with the Aphonis 7-0. That's fine for me. But on this table, I really want to see the Kojo win, and yeah, definitely. I think usually the Aphonis being the favored hero in this matchup, just because it's once again drawing cards and getting rid of all of the tools for its drawing cards and getting rid of all of the things in the late game for the Kojo they want to put out. And Vittorio got a decent start with the with a unique plus that magical training to just draw a bunch of cards. And we do see that magical training here being played again. And I, for myself, really like to not play your spells when you don't have to. But of course, when you play getting the bounce, just use your tools. You're not losing anything anyway. So Vittorio is just getting card advantage here by playing out these magical trainings and just is happy to play out everything here.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel especially good even though you're able to sabotage the first helping hand. um, Especially when you see another one come out here, and it looks like there's a reason for it here with the bounce, even though he didn't need to add the boost, and that's just because it can keep on recycling it, right? So
Yeah.
we'll see another bounce and have that unique be able to play once again, and you can't be feeling too hot here as the Kojo player, even with getting a first, day Foundry and going into a Buddha turn, especially seeing that massive hand getting bigger and bigger for the Aphonis, with that you
No,
just constantly recycling cards.
this is definitely still very scary for the Kojo, since also they don't really have any tools to draw into their uniques other than Mighty Gen as a 2 off in their deck, and that Haven Serengar as, of course, a 3 off in the deck. It's probably an auto include currently in any Bravos deck, and luckily for the Kojo, we do see that Bravo spawns are coming out to sabotage that Audis Trooper probably. They're still thinking about it, but I think just hitting uniques was probably the best thing to do. And yeah, still waiting on that decision.
Yeah, the thing that so hyper analyzing the game here, them thinking about it makes me think that they have a mana eruption in hand because they're thinking like, "Oh, I could just get the helping hand, let them play the unique, and then mana erupt it," right? But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I was thinking off the top of my head. But either way, we'll see that unique get sabotaged. We're more than likely going to be seeing something else come out here from Vittorio on the Aphonis, still to potentially take one side. But sometimes Aphonis has trouble running into characters, even if they draw a lot. So may get lucky for the Kojo player here.
I actually do like that first player of that magical training because any expedition you're playing your character on, the Kojo will just answer with their auto spy. Of course, you're getting out a character from the Kojo and a card for the Kojo, but you yourself might not then be able to outstat that expedition. And now, basically, forcing the Kojo to not play anything because it doesn't feel correct just playing that order spy now onto that hero side because the likelihood of that Aphonas just outstudying that Haven Bouncer is still too high that it's not really worth to take the risk. But maybe I'm wrong on that, and the code does still decide to play this out. And yeah, but for the Aphonas, you're still feeling comfortable. I'd really expect with 5 cards, or with with the overlays shows 4 cards, but it's actually 5. With 5 cards, you should definitely have a character on hand. And yeah, this magical training does just get the pass out of the Kojo. So the Aphonis can only has to outstep this Buddha now.
Which should seem doable at this point, but we'll see how they decide to go about it. Probably has several options available to them in order to do so. So we'll see how that ends up turning out. Um, Probably the correct play by the Koji, like you mentioned, just to save that spy for later and use those stats when needed, even if you're given something up. And guess what? You don't get to even to use it because you get hit by a sabotage from the Tooth Fairy, but that will cause them to have to use one of the helping hands in order to boost over that Buddha, and that is the second helping hand, correct?
Yeah, that's already the second one that's in the discard. So now it might be hard for the Aphonis to keep their targets around, especially if the third helping hand is in the bottom of the deck. Now they basically can't loop their own characters anymore, but maybe they just still draw into that helping hand. But also just having one helping hand available to you sometimes might be not enough to remove fleeting from all of your characters, but still oftentimes it's just good enough to play this card out.
Indeed, we will see the Tooth Fairy come out from the reserve. Never feels good to play that 2-cost Tooth Fairy, but sometimes you gotta do it as an Aphonis player, and we'll see what else they have to go with that, potentially to boost it up a little bit. I think they always have to be wary of that Foundry getting exhausted and seeing what comes out from hand. Thus far, we've only seen the Spy and the Haven Bouncer get activated for an additional token and a boost. Nothing too crazy as of yet, but we'll see what else has to happen as we see a Serenger come out.
Yeah, and definitely for the Kojo, the Sarengar is one of the cards you want to get online. Just being able to draw cards is and getting closer to your uniques, to your threatening cards is most likely what the Kojo is looking to do here. And also for the Afanas, I could imagine that they are just trying to draw into banishing gates and getting rid of that foundry. So there's nothing cheesy the uniques could potentially do, because I think the uniques, or especially that Haven trainee, can be very threatening for this Fanas list.
Yeah, and you did mention that Vittorio is running 2 copies of Banishing Gate as well in a previous game, despite some other Aphonis trying to get rid of them. We will see just the contention here with the Haven Bouncer played from reserve. But keep in mind, just because there's only one monolith does not mean that this Kojo is done playing, especially with that Foundry being unexhausted here. So we'll have to see what happens. We will see a sleight of hand from the Aphonis player, leaving 2 mana left for them to play realistically anything. But we'll have to see how the Kojo responds here with only 1 mana.
Yeah, and seeing that Muna Caregiver, you know that you're likely be trading this turn if that Caregiver comes down onto that hero side. And I think other than, unless there's another helping hand for the Tooth Fairy, there's a low likelihood that the Aphanas is winning on that companion side as well, since they are also not running any copies of Joyride, which I've recently been enjoying very much in my Aphanas lists. I think Joyride just goes very well together with cards like Conjuring Seal, and also the common version of Magical Training that a lot of Aphanas players have switched to.
Interesting. Yeah, I think, Joy I when I initially saw Joyride, I thought I would be seeing it more often in Afanis deck lists, but it feels like it's been scaring a lot of Afanis players off a little bit, but, cool to see at least you are trying to give it a shot, as we see that Muna Caregiver go ahead and anchor, the Tooth Fairy for next turn, and gonna prevent the double advance here for the Kojo by playing an Off You Go as well.
Yeah, so very good setup for the Aphonis. Looking to advance every single turn on that companion expedition since the start of the game. Looking quite nice. Also now that Tooth Fairy in that upcoming Buddha expedition, just basically nullifying the hero ability from the Kojo, and that is looking pretty nice. Still much more cards available than the Kojo.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we will see a mana from here from the Kojo despite getting the ramp from the Tiny Gen. So it seems like they have enough to curve out to here in 8 mana. More than likely gonna see the Saringer come out first. The question is do they want to contest that Tooth Fairy still, or if they're just going to throw it out here on the hero side, even though they're on the single mountain terrain and only having one stat there. So it looks like they are going to go ahead and try to contest on that companion side, and we'll probably see both of them try to duke it out, similar to what we saw on the previous day.
Yeah, and I just think based on there are only two cards. If there are no uniques for this Kojo, I think this looks very rough for them, and the Aphonis might just double advance here.
Very possible, especially with all the cards they have available and realistically still being able to use that off you go for something expensive, or they could just use the sleight of hand into the off you go, right?
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how that turns out. Uh, On to the play from the Kojo. Still have the ability to exhaust their Foundry with 2 cards in hand. They did decide to mana this day, so it makes me think that they have to have something or an idea of what they're planning to do here um, instead of leaving themselves with more options. So, should be interesting to see, or maybe they just drew into something that they couldn't even use. Who knows? I don't. But they have been doing quite well thus far. So, I imagine there's something big brain potentially going on here, or they just ran out of luck completely at this point. But we'll have to
Yeah,
wait and find out.
I really hope there's still a plan, but with two cards, even slow playing seems hard. And I think if you're playing anything, the Aphonis will likely just play out another spell. So they are buffing up their Tooth Fairy even further, and now they have a reason to buff up their Tooth Fairy even further, because they need 3 stats now to beat this out, to be advancing on that companion expedition, and there's still any character onto that hero side currently taking that expedition as well.
Yeah, and realistically, we could also just see a slow play from the Aphonis if they so choose, just to see that last card come out here from the Kojo.
Yeah,
And
just that sleight of hand is a very nice slow player already, and potentially just getting back that off you go, or also magical training seems very strong.
yeah,
Of
so
course, of course you're giving your opponent therefore some information about your hand, but that's definitely a downside you can live with.
yeah, especially while still being ahead on the tumult and realistically competing with the Kojo on a Buddha turn to where they're most often like trying to get a clear advance, if not a double advance. So we will see that sleight of hand being played, and they're going to go and throw down one of those banishing gates, which could be a big play even on the current day if
Oh
they
yeah,
so choose to get rid of the Foundry and almost completely cripple the Kojo if the Kojo hasn't been keeping another Foundry as a backup, which we only know they have 1 card in hand, so it may not even be that.
yeah. And the coach, I'm really not sure what they're supposed to do here. I believe going lower and lower on time, and I really hope there's a way for them back into this game, but it seems quite dire. But we do see that use of the Foundry, and I hope there's something big now coming. Potentially a Haven trainee discarding that Tooth Fairy and putting out at least some stats.
Yeah, we'll have to see what is gonna happen here. Taking their time on the decision, I have to imagine this is just deciding which expedition it's gonna go into, and it is just the regular old common Ratatasker being thrown out. And so now it's pretty much just free play for the Aphonis and what they decide they wanna do here. They
Yeah.
can clearly win one side. They can also do some setup here if they so choose, if they wanna give up some expeditions and get rid of that foundry.
Uh, I think at this point, they don't even have to set up basically. They can just banishing gate onto that mighty gem. So your opponent can't replay that as well. And I think that's probably already just setup that's good enough for you. But we do instead see that they have the Conjuring Seal
And then they
to
can off
boost
you
up
go.
that the Tooth Fairy and yep, potentially another. The Afiko was returned earlier, right?
Yep, I was saying they could
Okay,
definitely off you go here. Yeah.
yeah, then having to discard two here, but that's totally okay.
Yep, and this is where one of those situations where you're talking about having a fun little joyride card might come in handy, like, I'm already planning on discarding a card anyway, why don't I do it and get something out of it, right?
Yeah,
Um
exactly. That's why I like it.
But, either way, the Fauna is still looking quite good as far as card advantage, despite having to get rid of some cards here from reserve. Now they're just deciding, which card they're trying to get rid of, and they're gonna opt to not let the Kojo advance on the hero side and just get a one-for-one here with both players advancing on the companion side, and, we'll head on to the next day.
We surprisingly haven't seen. We have only seen one unique from Vittorio, and now Mage Dancers so far. So I think there's quite some powerful characters coming up for the Sophanos.
Yeah, I think the only thing that was ideal for the Kojo was they were able to get rid of 2 of those helping hands earlier that we mentioned,
Yeah,
from the Aphonis, but like you mentioned, there's still a lot of quite viable characters available to Vittorio on the Aphonis that the Kojo will have to deal with, and not looking too ideal at this point, especially since I have to imagine, the Kojo player on Moondust is more than likely happier being ahead a lot of the times when they can be, and taking advantage of that foundry early, but, we'll have to see what they can do. It's not over yet. Plenty of options
yeah.
available to them, and, we'll start here with if they're gonna mana or not.
And I could very well imagine that they are not maning since they are even on mana, but they do actually still. And no, I would have liked to, but yeah, Kojo doesn't have that many slow plays, so this is probably still correct to just mana since you won't be able to play all of your cards anyway. And yeah,
Yeah, having some fairly expensive cards in reserve as well is probably a factor that comes
yeah,
into it. Um, It's funny that calling 3 cost cards expensive, but, with the current meta, that is the scenario, especially when you're playing an Aphonis player. And speaking
yeah.
of meta, the Keelan guy's talking about how good the meta is currently. Some people would disagree with you. I'm not one of them. I'm enjoying myself, but, yeah, glad to hear that some people are liking it. We won't get into an argument like we are in, Altered General chat or on certain threads, but, for the time being, we'll just, say, "Good comment. Appreciate it."
And I can definitely agree with that I like the current meta because well, yeah, we do have two top dogs, but I think we also have a lot of decks that can contest these and can do quite well on their own. Of course, Sigismar, Aphonis being probably still the best decks in the game. But yeah, as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, decks like Fen, Lindeef, um, Tasia, and also Kojo are being able to do quite well. And we do see a Kojo here today on the final table, so that's exciting.
For sure. And yeah, like I mentioned also earlier, the beautiful thing about this game is that you can always there's always someone that can win a game even in a best of one, right? Yesterday I was playing a what I think is a pretty good Sigismar deck list, and I still lost to an Arjun randomly that
Yeah,
just outplayed me. And so it happens sometimes. And sometimes we see a Foundry Kojo make it to the final table. Never know. They did, however, use the Foundry effect on that Tiny Gen, which makes me think that we're not seeing anything too crazy coming from hand at this
yeah,
point.
that
Um,
seems unfortunate. Yeah,
but we do see a big costing Flamel coming out here to go and return that magical training to hand. And that will be a good amount of stats to block that tiny gen that got played earlier, and likely keep on reusing that magical training to boost up the disciple here and even block that Ratatasker.
and I would now imagine this could just be a double advance this turn, with this Aphonis still playing out their magical training once, seeing the last two cards that this coach will play, and then ending the game with a beauty sleep. But maybe it's not in the hand, and this Mighty Jin currently looking really weak into the expedition that the Aphonis is on. Of course, being very strong on the expedition the Kojo's on, but sadly that's not stopping the Aphonis from advancing. And even if the Mighty Jin is put onto that hero side, a beauty sleep would still mean a advance for that disciple.
Yeah. And we run into one of those scenarios that we were talking about earlier when we were talking about this Kojo Foundry deck list. You may not get your Foundry, you may get your Foundry day 1, but you also just may not run into any of the unique cards or other effect cards that you need to make your Foundry worth it a lot of the time. It's really super conditionally based. We've obviously seen the high end is pretty crazy, right? But, the low end is pretty gosh darn low sometimes too. So, that's the scenario, but you know what? To make it this far in 7 rounds of Swiss has to show some level of skill in of itself, and,
Yeah.
cool to see nonetheless, and we'll see if that beauty sleep ends up popping up here for that, Aphonis player.
Interestingly enough, the boost from that Aphonis went on to that Studious Disciple, and they would have just double advanced with the Beauty Sleep onto that Redditus if they put both boosts onto the Flamel. And yeah, they're just passing afterwards, and yeah, therefore the Kojo is surprisingly getting the double advance here, and again now on a Buddha turn in a
And they're gonna
not really in
draw.
a good position, but in a decent position since they're getting the ramp and the draw from the two Jins. And the Aphonis has to discard down to 2 cards, still most likely keeping the Flamel and the Studious Disciple just because the 1 cost character plus the cost reductions are 2 very valuable things to have in your reserve over these very expensive spells.
Yeah, look at
But
me talking shit talking shit like
mm,
it was a said thing, and now Kojo's just 1 away. Maybe the Faunus is having even worse luck and hasn't hit a single Mage Dancer or something like that.
yeah,
Who knows?
yeah, they definitely haven't hit any mage chances. I believe we would have seen them already, and also a single unique, as I've mentioned earlier so far for the Athanas. And now also the Kojo didn't have any unique luck so far either. So yeah, I really hope to see some uniques now for the Kojo. If they are managing to win this game without playing any uniques at all, that would be very impressive. But Moondust already down on time, being 1 minute below the 15 minutes time for each player, but still a very interesting game. And we do see the start up with a order spy onto that Studious Disciple, which I can agree with. The Disciple is definitely more threatening than that Flamel.
Yeah. Prevent as much of a slow play as possible since we do know that a lot of those magical trainings got sent to the discard. We know a bunch of the helping hands got sent to the discard. We know a lot of the spells that the faunus are typically using has been sent to the discard at this point. We could take a quick look at that with 2 helping hands, all 3 magical trainings actually,
Yeah.
and at least 1 off you go. So, we may be even in a scenario that even if we can get some mage dancers out, there may not be a lot of spells that are going to help boost it up as much anymore. So, um, whew.
The
Uh,
Aphonis still has 2 sleight of hands and 2 beauty sleeps available as cheap spells, but if they don't have these here already, it might look dire for them.
yeah, definitely an interesting scenario where it feels like neither player has gotten the cards that they typically would want, you know,
Yeah.
in an ideal scenario. But oh, immediate exhaust of the Foundry. We may be seeing something big here.
Yeah,
Drum roll, please.
I am waiting here, yeah.
He hit it immediately as soon as that sabotage was done, and it's only an exhaust. Okay.
No, sadly no unique.
um, okay, we'll see what the Faunus has here at this point. They do have a character out at least, so they can start
Yeah,
boosting if they want to.
and there's the first Mage Dancer, so that hero side is lost for the Kojo. Do see a second Foundry, but that means there could be a unique now in hand that could potentially take over the game, and there's the Beauty Sleep that was really needed last turn
Yeah, likely hit the
and goes
Scotty.
onto that Skadi.
Yeah.
But yeah, now playing this Beauty Sleep again for the next turn onto anything, I think there kind of has to be the discard Haven Trainee to get rid of that Mage Dancer and put 2 bodies onto 1 expedition. Also,
Yeah.
this Haven Trainee would also remove that Tooth Fairy from play. So if the last card is the Haven Trainee, which
Mm,
sadly isn't the case, I think the game could have been there what was quite the game could have just been won by the Kojo, but sadly we do now see another Beauty Sleep coming out onto that Trailblazer and boosting up that Tooth Fairy for the win of the Aphonis. And congrats to Vittorio going 7-0 today in the AWOL.
yeah, and bravo to Moondust on the Kojo, still making it a close game despite not hitting any uniques, it looks like there, and making it to the final table realistically on a Foundry Kojo deck is an achievement in of itself. Um, big once again, wanna thank everyone that has joined us thus far. We probably still have some more games we can take a look at here real quick. You are watching the AWOL Season 2 Monday Weekly, number 8. We are in the final round of this 7-round Swiss. I am Blue Oak TV on YouTube. Subscribe to me now or die. I'm just kidding. And I am joined by my co-caster, Runefolk, who does some streaming on Twitch.
Yeah. And it's Sadi Rocco, or now and Rocco Training won their last round as well. So we have 2 undefeated players and renamed after that victory. That is quite funny.
Oh, they changed their name, okay.
Yeah.
So we have a
Uh,
double A&T, 7-0 here.
Oh, that is very cool, yeah. The Italian players taking over. Not
Hey,
altered aces on top anymore, just
yeah,
and.
France, you gotta watch out, man. Italian players. We'll take a look to see what other games we have going here. Looks like we have a few potential tiebreaker games that we probably won't get to go into, and only one other game that's not in tiebreaker. So I'm gonna go ahead to table 24 real quick and see if
Sure.
we can catch that game. And it ended, so JK. Um, and maybe we catch some of the tiebreakers. Table 5 real
Sure.
quick. Switch over for everyone. This is table 5. Tasia versus Sigismar. Looks like fairly even at this point. We do still have a Kokoba play potentially for the Sigismar.
Yeah, getting a bunch of boosts.
3
And
mana left for the Tasia. See what they got.
that's not enough.
They
Or
will.
that's barely not enough. One step missing to go to tiebreaker, to a second tiebreaker, and the Sigismund just running on that forest.
The single terrain win here on forest
Yeah,
only or Popeye from the Altered Aces will take the victory here. And that'll likely be the last game I think we have here, unless that other tiebreaker is still running. It was in fact the last game.
yeah,
So I'm gonna keep the tournament results here up for everyone, so you can take a look. Um, We did have a very fun uh, final table there with Vittorio taking the win over Moondust, who brought the Foundry Kojo. Um, I can go ahead and list off some of the folks here. Vittorio on the Aphonis, as I mentioned, surprisingly with no small steps, as we saw from a few different Aphonis players this time around. We did see Rocco, who decided to change their name here last minute, also from Team A&T, taking an undefeated record and getting second place. Moondust on the Foundry Kojo taking third. Playdus on the Sigismar with the Alterdaces taking fourth. Hyper K, one of the top players that we've seen play quite well, taking fifth. Alterdaces Popeye, one of the ones that we just saw finish up a game, taking sixth. Mugis, 7th place, Ozymandias, 8th place, Tempted, or that we have seen play before, taking ninth after only taking an early loss. Lauren Dill, one of the players that we also get to see play, in 10th. Damien, 11th, also saw them play. Vasti, 91 and 12th. Caballo 38, 13th, HAT Tagaki 14th, Living Plane in 15th, and Surdek 1209 rounding out the top 16. And yeah, anything on here that surprised you? Some familiar names, that's for sure. But anything that surprised you thus far from this tournament?
Surprising, definitely the Kojo that got onto the final table. That was definitely the most surprising thing for me, and definitely the coolest thing for today. And other than that, we've seen a bunch of Afanas at the end, and it seems like for today, Aphonis took back over some popularity, and I can definitely understand it. Playing it myself the last couple of days, that deck just looks super strong.
Definitely. And yeah, thanks to everyone in the chat. See Victor in there saying hello. Good games. Excited for you and taking the victory. Been a while since I've seen you play in one of these things in general. So nice to have you around and taking the W. You had some hard fought victories, including that honest mirror that we got to take a look at. And you were with those Belasenkas and you didn't even have to spend thousands of dollars to stop them, right? That's a benefit. But yeah, other than that, some good games. Excited to see what we got going here in the future. See if we have some more Aphonis victories in the near future, or even some more good old fashioned Kojo Foundry play. Now that that got pretty popular, we may be seeing some people hitting up the marketplace trying to find out some Kojo Ratataskers these days.
Yeah, I think this list already took a bunch of results, but this time piloted by a different player, and I think we haven't seen that type of success by this Foundry Coach list so far. So yeah, that's definitely very cool, and I'm hoping to see more of those.
Definitely. It's always fun to see different varieties of decks getting played and seeing them do well in different ways. But other than that, that's about all that we have left. I once again want to thank everyone that has watched the tournament thus far. This has been the Altered Weekly Online League Season 2, Monday Weekly, number 8. 170 players signed up originally. So it was good to get those additional people in and watching and us watching the tournament. I am Blue, also known as Blue Oak TV on YouTube. Please watch my YouTube channel. You can subscribe at Blue Oak TV. And my co-caster Runefolk will give a little bit of stuff about their social media as well.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitch on I'm Runefolk, and also on Thursdays for our AKZ championships. You can still also sign up for the tournament. I think it's still open. Pandy is always shouting that one out, and you'll find me on the cast as well. Probably that's on Pandy Andy's channel though, and you'll find that one as well on Twitch.
Alrighty, and that'll be it for everyone. Thanks for anyone that stopped by, stayed along, left, whatever. It is all appreciated, and we'll catch you later. Bye bye.
Bye bye.